We recognize His Excellency Ambassador Sunday Dogoyaro, who is also here with his wife. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. We recognize His Lordship, retired but by no means tired, Honorable Justice Belgore, Justice of the Supreme Court. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Former Chief Justice of Nigeria. I'm so sorry about that. You're welcome, my lord. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. We also recognize a distinguished lawyer and educator, Professor Epiphany Azinge, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Officer of the Order of the Niger. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. We also recognize in our presence Mr. Robert Itawa, Executive Director of Capital Hotels, the owners and operators of Abuja Continental Hotel. Thank you very much for joining us as well. We recognize Chief Sir Don Eze, who is also here, who has also joined us. Thank you very much. We welcome Mrs. Irene Chigwe as well. If she's here, perhaps she stepped up, but we know she's coming. Thank you very much. And we recognize Professor Oni Idigbe, who is a brother to the person we're honoring. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Thank you so much. Joining us as well is Professor Uche Uwaleke, Chairman of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, who is representing Dr. Ken Okpara, the President of the Chartered Institute of Bankers. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Thank you. We understand that tea is served. We'll come back very shortly to start the events formally. We'll come back for another round of recognitions. Have a good morning. My name is Emobo Nuvie Majemite, and with me is
Asma Oliman. Welcome to our event. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Good morning again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before we formally start this August event, we would like to quickly recognize the presence of distinguished members of Veritas University in our midst. We recognize Professor Reverend Father Hyacinth Ichoku, the Vice Chancellor of Veritas University. You're welcome, Father. Thank you so much. Father was here very early as well. We also recognize his Director of Development, Reverend Father Martin Onokoba. Thank you very much, Father, for joining us as well. And we recognize Professor Josephine Agbonika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, also from Veritas University. Thank you so much, Leonard Silk, for joining us. We recognize Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us. And we recognize one of our discussants for today, His Excellency Honorable Babatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. My name remains Imobo Nuvie Majemite, and to formally start this event, we would respectfully call on Reverend Father Hyacinth Ichoku to please say the opening prayer, after which we would have the national anthem. Thank you very much.
Shall we please stand? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Gracious Father, we thank you, we bless you, we glorify you. We give you honor, we give you adoration for bringing us together for this conference. Thank you, Almighty God and Father, for the man we are celebrating his life today, for the exemplary life he lived, for the good services he rendered to our nation. Thank you, Almighty God and Father. And we ask you to extend the same blessings to all those who are working hard, who are providing services to our nation to keep it together. Thank you, Almighty God and Father, as we commit this conference unto your hands, asking you to guide our deliberations, that all our decisions, all our deliberations, the outcome of this conference will be for the greater good of our nation, for the betterment of our people. Do this and take the glory and praise and worship and adoration, kingship forever and ever. Amen.
Can we please have the national anthem?
Once again, welcome to the 14th edition of the PUNUKA Annual Lecture, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mrs. Elizabeth Idigbe, the Managing Partner of PUNUKA Attorneys and Solicitors, for her welcoming speech. Thank you, ma'am.
Minister of Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, Leonard Silk, very respected Leonard Silk, Mr. Awumulo, and Leonard Silk, Mrs. Victoria Awolomo. My Lord, representing the CJ of the Federal High Court, Ambassador Dogoyaro, other Leonard Silk here present, Professor Azinge, the faculty, law faculty dean of Veritas University. I can see her. We already saw the VC of Veritas. The head of the IDIGBE family, Professor Oni IDIGBE. All protocol observed. I hope I haven't left out anybody. It's with very great pleasure that I welcome you all to our 15th annual lecture. And I'm doing this on behalf of the board of partners, management, and the entire staff of PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors. This year is particularly special and different because we're having a symposium in honor of our founder, Honorable Justice CHUKWUNWEIKE, IDIGBE, GSC, OFR, CON. Of course, we've had many lectures previous years, and we dealt with issues concerning topical issues, some on entertainment law, taxation, fintech, just to name a few. But like I said, if Justice IDIGBE was alive, he would have been 100 years by the 12th of August, 2023. So we decided we would celebrate him and celebrate the legacies that he's left behind. I make bold to state that Honorable Justice IDIGBE is already immortalized through his legacies, one of which is the law firm PUNUKA Attorneys and Solicitors. Our firm was founded by Justice IDIGBE in 1947. Now, as part of the centenary celebration of our founder, we have mapped out a lot of things that we're going to do in the 4 quarters of this year. We commenced with a charity visitation to 10 care homes and schools for children and persons with special need through our foundation, the PUNUKA Foundation, which we take very seriously. Although customarily, 14th of February, we do visitations, but this year we did much more because of this centenary celebration. And I want to seize this opportunity to again thank my colleagues in PUNUKA, our friends, some of our clients who contributed, because it was huge. We built certain things in some of the institutions. We gave items that they required. So it was huge this year. And it was all over the country. We did go to institutions in Lagos, Abuja, and in Delta State, so where we have offices. So thank you so much for your generous donation towards the first aspect of this celebration, which was the charity visitations. Now we continued yesterday. And yesterday, we had the opening, the commissioning of the Justice IDIGBE Faculty of Law at the Veritas University. This university, as you know, is in Abuja here. And I want to seize this opportunity to really, though he's not here today, because he spent so much time with us yesterday. That's the Chief Justice of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was with us throughout yesterday. He commissioned and opened the faculty, and he was huge. It was really a very memorable celebration, and that's why you have lots of people from the faculty here today, and from the university, the Vice Chancellor was the one who said the opening prayer. Now, we equally have other celebrations this year, and one of that will be opening the PUNUKA Child Care Center. Like I said, the PUNUKA Foundation is very strong about charity. And Your Excellency, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, I want to thank you for some of the support you've given when you were the governor, for some of the things we wanted to do. But this child care center is stationed in Lagos, Lekki, and we'll be opening it on the 30th of July 2023. It's a center for challenged children and persons, and we are partnering with the Disability Ministry of Lagos State to ensure that it's up to standard, in fact, international standard, to help these people who really need help. Aside that, we would then move to Delta State, and as part of the centenary celebration, and we'll be opening the NBA ICT Center in Asaba on the 11th of August, 2023. We also have the commissioning of the Justice IDIGBE Library and Museum, and there's also a youth center, because we found that we need to encourage young people in Delta State to be more conscious of going to school, not just trading, or not just doing certain things that some people have told them it's a way to make quick money. We want to bring back education as a priority. And so with this youth center and library, we hope that we could achieve at least quite a lot of that to bring them back to making sure that education is important. So on the 12th of August 2023, we would also, after commissioning this youth center and library, we would have a lecture in his honor. And we would have a speaker from Osgood Hall Law School, Toronto, who will be speaking as the guest speaker. She has agreed she would be coming in to do that. I believe it's going to be very interesting. We would also have traditional activities, because as you know, our late founder was also a traditional chief, the Uzoma of Asaba, in his lifetime. So we're going to have traditional activities around the palace of the Asaba on that day, the 12th of August. Of course, I don't want to forget the valedictory court session, very important, which will also hold on the 11th of August, 2023, at the courts in Delta State. So, going back to this symposium, the objective of this symposium today is to consider the landmark decisions of the Honorable Justice CHUKWUNWEIKE IDIGBE and the impact of his pronouncements on our present-day jurisprudence. As we all know, the judiciary is critical and a very critical stakeholder indeed in a democracy. And the role of judges in upholding the rule of law cannot be underestimated or overemphasized. Judges are indeed custodians of justice, and their decisions impact the lives of millions of people in our society. Therefore, it is essential that we set and maintain high standards for our judges to ensure they possess the competence, the integrity, impartiality required to deliver justice fairly and efficiently. Indeed, the judiciary is the final hope for any society. Now, the ability to ensure justice is done ensures that citizens have confidence in the society, in the country, in the community where they are, because they are certain that no matter what happens, something will be done right, if something has been done wrong, to make it right. So the judiciary is so important, and that's a very important aspect of our government. Now, we have decided that with this symposium, we want to set what we call a gold standard for judges in Nigeria to guide them and to guide them to work in accordance with the legacy of our founder, the late Justice CHUKWUNWEIKE IDIGBE, or Justice Chike Idigbe as he was fondly called. Justice Chike Idigbe was a man of exceptional talent and intellect. In fact, I had not been married to my husband. I had not come into the family when I was a law student, and we used to hear so much about him. In fact, the late VC of University of Lagos, where I did my master's, Professor Mbotola, liked him so much. And I remember the Savannah Bank and Ajilo case, where Professor Mbotola was so upset about the decision of the Supreme Court. And he said in class, I wish I could invoke the spirit of Justice Idigbe, because I think he's the only one who understands what I'm talking about. I'll never forget. In fact, I don't think I had even met my husband at that point in time, because my first university was University of Benin, like the Honorable Minister, who were both at the University of Benin. But that was where I did my master's. So, indeed, throughout his illustrious career, Justice Idigbe served with distinction as a justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, where he earned a reputation for his keen insight, his unwavering integrity, attention to details, very important, and his steadfast commitment to justice and fairness. In many ways, Justice Idigbe set the standard for what it means to be a great, and I say also a good judge. He was a jurist who understood the importance of impartiality. He understood the need to be fair. He was objective, and he always sought to apply the law in a way that was consistent with these values. I want to thank our distinguished speakers today. The keynote speaker, Senator in Waiting, Mr. Ekong Samson, actually wrote the biography of late Justice Chike Idigbe, I think in 1999. And we're honored to have him here today as the keynote speaker. He's a senator in waiting. To our panelists, particularly His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Housing, who will review his judgments and consider the impact on our present-day jurisprudence, I have no doubt that my lords, His Excellency, the learned silks, and distinguished academics will bring their wealth of experience and knowledge to bear in doing justice to this task. I am also confident that the presentations and discussions will be quite informative, thought-provoking, and I see a lot of people here who I know will contribute to this discourse. I know it's also going to be inspiring, and it will provide us all with valuable lessons and insights into how we can continue to uphold Justice Chike Idigbe's legacy in our own various work that we do. Once again, may I welcome you all to this memorable event, and I'll honestly urge you to relax, fully participate. Let's make it interactive and keep it a memorable one for each and every one of us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for the managing partner of the firm, Mrs. Elizabeth Idigbe. Thank you very much. Before we proceed with our event, we have a very important safety announcement. To be very short and brief, the safety manager would just like to speak to us very briefly. Thank you very much.
Good morning, participants. My name is Saleh Mohammed. I'm the safety manager at Abuja Continental Hotel. It is a tradition here to tell participants of every program the safety and security tips, so that while you are here, we will not record incident of either safety or security related. However, before I continue, in case there's a need for you to use our convenience, it's very easy to locate. As you walk out of this entrance door, opposite it directly is the convenience. You are advised to use the one applicable one for male, one for the female. Aside that, today is no schedule for any fire drill, please. Therefore, if there's a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for 2 to 3 minutes or beyond, that suggests that something might have gone wrong somewhere. However, you should not be panicked. Be calm. We have trained emergency response team who knows what to do if there's any eventuality in the building. I am not saying this because we are anticipating any, please. Be calm. But as we all know, emergency will not ring bell before it happens. What is expected of us to be prepared is to be prepared so that if it happens, we know what to do. If evacuation becomes necessary, we have 2 assembly points. One, as you exit the entire Ladi Kwali Hall, the open space to the left is where you are expected to go and assemble based on your group. If for 1 or 2 reasons again you cannot assemble there or pass through that place, we have alternative assembly points by using these exit doors you are seeing through this exit light. As you walk out of the exit door, you have to turn to the left. Outside the open space, turn to the right. From there, you see directional signs or those who will guide you to our secondary assembly point. On your personal belonging, I want to talk of your securities in this place. It is our responsibility to take care of you and your personal belongings. However, you may also play some role to make sure that everything goes smoothly. I believe everyone here has a mobile phone. Some even have a laptop, among other valuable items. Please, you are advised to always carry it along with you if there's a need for you to leave where you are sitting. This is a public place. The hotel has put everything in place to take care of your belongings, but still, you don't supposed to keep your items unattended to. This is very, very important, more especially when you are coming to the podium to give a speech, when you are going for a group photograph, tea break, or whatsoever reason that it will make you to leave your seat. Please always carry your valuables with you. Without wasting your time, on behalf of the hotel, we wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the safety tips. I'm aware that some distinguished personalities have also entered our midst, and I would quickly like to recognize them very respectfully. However, before I do so, I would please, with my Lord's very kind permission, to re-recognize my Lord, Honorable Justice Alpha Belgore, Justice of the Supreme Court, Chief Justice of Nigeria, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you very much. He is retired, but certainly not tired. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I also recognize my Lord, Honorable Justice B.B. Kanyib, PhD, the President of the National Industrial Court of Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. My Lord had earlier asked his brother George to represent him, and we're so grateful that he's able to come himself personally. But we also very respectfully recognize his brother George, Honorable Justice Oyewumi Oyebiola, Judge of the National Industrial Court of Nigeria. Thank you so much, my Lord, for joining us. We also recognize Mr. Henry Emore Esquire, who is the Director Legal. He's representing Professor Bolaji Owaso-Onye, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who is the Chairman of the ICPC. Thank you very much, Mr. Emore, for joining us. We recognize Sheila Ezeoko, Madam Sheila Ezeoko, my auntie, General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer of Royal Exchange General Insurance Company Limited. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us as well. Thank you very much. We recognize Mrs. Ruth Ate, who is representing Mr. Akintude Jawandu, the Group Head, Remedial and Classified Assets Management, First Bank of Nigeria. Mrs. Ruth Ate, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. And we recognize the Honorable Minister who has just joined us, Prince Clem Agba, Minister of State, Budget and Planning, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you. So the managing partner had earlier said that we're here to honor the centenary of a distinguished jurist, Honorable Justice CHUKWUNWEIKE IDIGBE, Justice of the Supreme Court, Officer of the Federal Republic, and Commander of the Order of the Niger. And so now we'll just play a short documentary about this distinguished personality who we are here to honor before I will then call on the chairman of the occasion to give his opening remarks. Thank you very much. We could have the documentary now, please. Thank you very much. I would like to quickly recognize a few more distinguished dignitaries who have joined us. We recognize Mr. Abdul Mohammed, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you for joining us, Leonard Silk. Thank you. We also recognize Abdullahi Ahmad, Esquire, who is representing Honorable Lai Mohammed, Honorable Minister of Information and Culture. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. And we recognize Mr. Tayo Yetibo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us. And just to state very clearly, we very much are aware of the double responsibility that the Honorable Mr. Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, holds. He is the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. We're very, very much aware of that, and we're grateful that he's here with us. Thank you very much. Moving on very quickly, we would now invite the chairman of the occasion, a very distinguished lawyer, the vice chairman of the Body of Benchers, a member of the Body of Trustees of the Body of Benchers, a former chairman of the Ilorin branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Premier Attorney General of Osun State, the chairman of the committee that brought some normalcy and decorum to the NBA and conducted the elections that produced Chief Thomas Okpoko, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, as president of the NBA, a very revered, erudite, and astute lawyer, none other than Chief IDIGBE Awomolo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. Please, we respectfully ask you to come for your opening remarks, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank you. Can you please shake the hand of the man next to you and say good morning? You are welcome here. You are welcome here. I welcome all of you. Thank you for responding very positively. His Excellency General Dr. Yakubu Gowon, former head of state, GCFR. Good morning. Our Papa, our Father, my Lord, the Honorable Justice S.M.A. Belgore, GCON, former Chief Justice of Nigeria. Oh, I apologize, General Gowon, GCFR, Grand Commander, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I apologize. Mr. Our Honorable Babatunde Raji Fashola, Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our brother, Prince Clement Agba, Honorable Minister of Finance and Budget and Planning, representative of the Chief Judge Federal High Court, my Lord the President, National Industrial Court of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Kaib. I also recognize all my brothers, senior advocates of Nigeria who are here. I recognize the professors who are many in the house. I welcome everybody. Permit me to welcome Chief Mrs. Victoria Womola, my wife. We're now in an era where we must always acknowledge them. Just like Tony Digbe said, Lizzie is the big master. And I pleaded with her this morning, please don't reduce his allowances. My address. It gives me great pleasure, honor, and privilege to be chairman of this very important assemblage of most noble, most learned, and distinguished men and women of Nigeria. I'm really humbled when I realize through the letter of invitation that the 2023 editions of the PUNUKA Annual Lecture Symposium is to mark the 100-year celebration of the sage, Honorable Justice IDIGBE of blessed memory, Justice of the Supreme Court, Officer of the Federal Republic, and Commander of the Order of Niger. This annual lecture symposium was established many years ago and held annually without break to assemble the best brains to share knowledge, network, and spread friendship in the spirit of the great contribution of the erudite jurist while he was here with us on earth. Honorable Justice IDIGBE was a man with divine touch of Most High God. The scripture testified to the path of his life. Here was a man, an accomplished jurist, who was the chief judge of a state, who for no fault of his was removed from office as a judicial officer merely because he was the former chief judge of the Republic of Biafra. He, as a jurist, took it in his strides. He moved on and found his feet in the valley of life. Thank you. He found his feet in the valley of life. And from the valley, he was taken to the mountaintops and made a justice of the Supreme Court for the second time. The scripture says, "The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifted up. He raised up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory." 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 8. Permit me to say that I see this gathering today beyond all the celebration of the good works as a father, a loving husband, a community man, and a jurist. I see this annual gathering today as a celebration of the worthy legacy or inheritance from the Honorable Justice CHUKWUNWEIKE IDIGBE, a jurist and a good man by IDIGBE dynasty. The word of God says that blessed are the memories of the righteous. Even though they may be dead, yet they live forever, for their good works follow them. The memories bequeathed to the generations of IDIGBEs, in my humble view, transfer two things that are invaluable, things so dearly cherished, and for which the scripture confirms as divinely given. The first one are the words spoken by mouth and written down in the judgment and rulings of the great jurist. The words are alive, and they are alive today. They are light, and they still spread light to the world today, and produce several years of investment in learning the law and humanity, experience in judging his fellow human beings, believing that judges perform divine functions even though they are mere mortals. The word, as I said, we are celebrating were clearly given to him as representative of God on earth. These words resonate even several years after he had joined his Creator. The power of words is such that no man can cover it, just like no man can cover the light of the sun. It is like the power of the sun. Words that we are celebrating today are contained in the decisions of Justice IDIGBE. They have the power of creation, power of elevation, encouragement, admonition, teaching, and guidance to greater humanity. They were words succinctly used in the direction of truth and justice. The second inheritance passed to generations of Idigbes and the whole world after his juries is his name. It is a name that has possibly influenced generations after him. The name is also a great gain of profit and a valuable investment of many years of good works at the mark of his integrity. The name demonstrates the core value of a jurist. The value means the ethical principle at which lived, and this included his integrity, discipline, and how seriously he took his judicial oath. His words in the judgment of so many years after they were spoken and written down in our books and law reports are regarded as binding precedents in our judiciary. The name of the sage indeed continues to bestow great favor, blessings, and honor to the bearers. I heard that Mrs. Digbe stylishly said the name Idigbe attracted her to Tony. Tony, congratulations. That's part of the heritage we are talking about. I had the privilege of appearing in the Supreme Court when he was there. I cannot say for sure that I did not fear him, because those days when juniors, even seniors, when they appear before judges of Supreme Court, they did so with lots and lots of trepidation. Don't make a mistake. Don't misspell your words. Don't misstate your statements. These are the things, and you must be properly dressed. I understood that he was one of those who will tell a lawyer, I cannot see you. Why will you not see the lawyer standing? Because he was not properly dressed. I have also read the book, The Path of Justice IDIGBE by Ekong Samson. I understand is the gentleman sitting next to the Minister of Works. I came to realize that as one experiences changes and breakthroughs in life, integrity, honesty, and trust are the highest vibrant energies to guide one forward, as everything else will fall away. Reading through some of the decisions, he came across as one who deliberately lived a life of absolute integrity, honesty, humility, and kindness. And today, his children and grandchildren celebrate and think of him as their role model. I know some time ago, my friend Tony Idigbe wanted to replace his father in the Supreme Court. I don't know whether he has dropped the dream, but keep the dream alive. It may come true. Stephen Curry states, moral authority comes from following universal and timeless principles like honesty, integrity, and trust with respect. It is important to remind ourselves of eminent justices who served in the Supreme Court of Nigeria. At the time with him, with the sage, they were celebrated jurists like Justice Shodainde, Mima, Kayode Esho, Anthony Idigbe, Aniagolu, Altona Fatai Williams, Mohammed Bello, Ayo Kefe. These are justices of the Supreme Court that were celebrated and are still being celebrated. Even the law reports, their words speak loudly than those who are there now. So someday, those who are there now will also be celebrated, and we will say, oh, we wish we had somebody like this. It is significant to know that all his colleagues acknowledge his deep knowledge of the law, his integrity, and honesty. I know that these carefully chosen 6 jurists who are to discuss today the thoughts and words of the sage will do great honor to the names, that is to the words and the name of Justice Idigbe. All Idigbes all over the world enjoy the honor of the name, even in strange lands. Tony was telling me the other day how he was celebrated or was revered in faraway Canada. And I was wondering, so people in Canada also know of Idigbes? I say, So all of us who are here, let us be careful of the words we speak, the words we write, And let us also be careful that every day we are writing history of ourselves. And therefore, your name, my name, should be more important to us than silver and gold. In conclusion, permit me to plead with all Idigbes, by whatever connection, that the name so well made be preserved in the hall of honor and respect, which forever will be remembered with pride. Let me again thank my learned brother, Silk, Tony Idigbe, Chief Dr. Tony Idigbe, or Chief Dr. Sir Tony Idigbe, the family and the organizers of the special celebration of the 100 years of the great sage, Honorable Justice Idigbe, for the honor done to me by making me the chairman. When I saw General Gawan, I said, yes, you are supposed to be the chairman. He said, no, I am the special guest of honor. I said, okay, special guest of honor is bigger and stronger than the chairman. I also want to thank my father in the law, my mentor, my advisor, Justice Samuel Begore. You've done me great favor in life. I will never forget. I thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we please give him another round of applause? Thank you. We would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Dimian Dodo, SAN. Thank you. And next, yes. Thank you. Next, we welcome our father, General Yakubu Gawan, the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, the former head of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his remarks. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, you see, technology. So, I start again. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, my Lords spiritual and temporal, eminent benchers, learned gentlemen, I'm told that include the ladies as well. It is not learned ladies and gentlemen, but learned gentlemen. So all the ladies, you are now men. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here before you today as a special guest of honor to acknowledge and pay a deserving tribute to one of the finest and celebrated jurists ever sit on the bench at the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Justice CHUKWUNWEIKE IDIGBE, OFR. From what I have learned of Justice Idigbe, his contributions to the judiciary and nation building cannot be overemphasized. That his unwavering commitment to upholding justice and the rule of law is a testament to his unflinching character and his belief in our nation, evinced through his life and office. As a nation, we have come a long way since our independence in 1960, and we have faced many challenges along the way, to put it moderately. It is no secret that the judiciary plays a vital role in nation building and in keeping us united as a nation. The judiciary, in essence, is the guardian of the Constitution and the rule of law. The judiciary provides a check on the powers of the executive and legislative branches and ensures that the rights and freedom of the citizens are protected through the instrumentality of the court. As a former military leader, head of state, I have seen and known firsthand the importance of the judiciary in maintaining stability and order in our society. The judiciary serves as the bedrock of our democracy, and it is only through a strong, independent, and impartial judiciary that we can ensure the protection of our democracy and the advancement of our nation. The judiciary has over time maintained their enviable status as the beacon of hope for our democracy, serving as the balance between every class and truly the hope of the common man. In the words of Nelson Mandela, a nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones. This quote highlights the importance of fairness and justice in any society. Justice IDIGBE has demonstrated that he embodies these ideals, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that every citizen of this great nation is treated fairly and justly. Justice IDIGBE's life and work on and off the bench exemplifies the ideals of integrity, courage, and service. His unwavering dedication to justice and fairness has been a source of inspiration to many, and his legacy will continue to live on the generations to come, for generations to come. I have learned, and I am particularly intrigued by his unflinching bravery and judicial activism demonstrated by the late jurist in a number of cases. Now, don't tell me I'm not a lawyer, so I do not, and I was not there. But a number of cases, for example, the Attorney General Midwestern State versus Chief Sam Essie, 1977, wherein an edict of the military government was invalidated, and the case of also the case of Atake versus the Attorney General of the Federation, an anno 1982, on contempt of court and duty of the court to protect and preserve the sanctity of the judiciary. He did not only demonstrate himself as a man of integrity, but also as a staunch believer in letting the law have its full course. I'm happy that either 4 or 6 jurists are scheduled to discuss about 4 or 6 notable decisions of the late Honorable Justice IDIGBE, Justice of the Supreme Court, and to review the impact of his pronouncement, on the Nigerian law jurisprudence. So as we move forward as a nation, let us not forget the role that the judiciary plays in nation building, especially the apex court, in its carrying out its duty of questioning the veracity of the decisions of the lower courts. As such, we need to allow the apex court their deliberations and come up with their decisions, and as the public to be humble enough to accept their decisions as final in order to maintain the sanctity of the judiciary as individuals and institutions. I think this is very important at this stage with all the litigations, tribunals, etc., that are now going on. Let us give the judiciary the opportunity to do their work, and let us accept their decision as it is. Well, judges like Justice CHUKWUNWEIKE, IDIGBE, are the unsung heroes of our democracy, and their work is essential to the growth and development of our society. And we've seen the clip of all the things that he's done during his life. And he's left his children, to take over that good work that he's done. So thank you very much for inviting me to be your special guest of honor to recognize this great man who should have been 100 years today. 100 years today. May his soul rest in peace, and may he continue to rest in peace with the Lord. Thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We must give honor to whom it is due, and that is why we have to stand for you until you are seated. Thank you so much for your glowing words on the late Honorable Justice IDIGBE. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to recognize the presence of my Lord, Honorable Justice Nnamdi Digba of the Federal High Court. Thank you very much, my Lord, for joining us. I also recognize Dr. Abdul Indanusa, who has also joined us just now. Thank you very much for joining us. And I also welcome Dr. Alex Izinyo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Thank you. And very quickly, I would like to very respectfully invite a former two-time Commissioner of Edo State and the current Minister of State, Budget and Planning, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Prince Clem Agba. So please give us remarks at this event. Thank you so much, sir.
Your Excellency, the former head of state and the special guest of honor today, General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, the chairman of the occasion, Chief Idigbe Awolomo, SAN, and his amiable wife, Justice Begore, GCON, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the protocols as earlier established by the former head of state. It is my honor, privilege, and pleasure to deliver this goodwill message at this important gathering organized to mark the centenary celebration of Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe, the quintessential jurist and fearless advocate of the rule of law, who gave the best of legal interventions in all areas of human endeavor. Justice Idigbe had the unique opportunity of bestriding the legal profession like a colossus and is remembered not only as a jurist par excellence, but also as an advocate for equity, justice, and fair application of the rule of law. The 19th century American author, Helen Keller, in one of her books, The Story of My Life, said, "The best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart." It appears Helen Keller had the erudite and renowned jurist, Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe, in mind when she made those profound remarks. The late jurist was indeed never bothered about the most beautiful things of the world, but how to make positive impact in the lives of the Nigerian people, using the instrumentality of law as a tool for social change, because he believed, and rightly so, that law not only laid down the norms which were acceptable to a given society, it also laid down the norms which the society should adopt in the interest of its own welfare. The centenary celebration of this legal sage is very appropriate, especially with the theme, Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe, through his judgment in present-day Nigeria, that looks at his remarkable contributions to the legal profession. He was renowned for his landmark judgments, which continue to benefit Nigeria's jurisprudence to this day. I therefore take this opportunity to commend the organizers of this event, and especially the children. The government of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, is certain about the nexus between law and the development, and believes that law can be used as an instrument to promote economic and social development, because economic development involves much more than the country adopting the appropriate growth-enhancing policies, but the right application of the rule of law, since the rule of law is a prerequisite to draw foreign investments and boost economic growth. The memorialization of Justice Chike Idigbe is a worthy addition to remind us of the evergreen legacies of this great patriot and nationalist, whose knowledge and application of the law have helped to promote and entrench progressive legal culture in Nigeria. I wish the late Justice Chike Idigbe's family well, and as we honor his memory, let us remember that the key to legal excellence in a globalized world is for lawyers to be prepared with the relevant skills, knowledge, technological sophistication, diligence, and justice, which are the very ethos that Justice Chike Idigbe spent his legal years espousing. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for those glowing remarks. Okay. Next, we welcome our keynote speaker, Honorable Ekong Samson, PhD. Yes. Thank you, sir.
The chairman of today's function, the very revered special guest of honor, our father, who, like Idigbe, is a very humble person. The one connecting cord between the special guest of honor and Justice Idigbe is the fact that he is a very humble person, quite amiable. My Lord, the former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice S.M. Belgore, our ministers, Minister for Works, Minister of State for Budget. The Idigbe clan, I can see that Oni is here. You can see that I've changed from Tony and his dear wife, the members of the bar and the bench. I consider it a matter of great privilege to have been invited to present this keynote address in honor of one of the very best that Nigeria has been lucky to have. That is the Honorable Justice Felix Chike Idigbe, the Izoma of Asaba. He was a man of tradition, as much as he was excellent in the legal profession. You might have noticed that I have not prefixed Justice Idigbe's name today with late. This is because, to me, great thinkers and Idigbe belongs to this eminent tribe do not die. They live on through their works. I agree completely with a very important limb of the tribute, which was given by the former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Atanda Father Williams, when the Supreme Court had a special sitting in honor of Justice Idigbe. And I quote, "Long after the dust has settled on his law books, and the wig and gown have faded, and the voice of the judge has been stilled, and the causes which he championed in the law courts are a distant memory, the judgments which he wrote during his years on the bench would have been permanently enshrined in our law reports. It is by those, perhaps most of all,
that the name of Justice IDIGBE will be lovingly and respectfully remembered. Let me at this point thank Justice IDIGBE's family and indeed the PUNUKA Foundation for working very hard over the years to immortalize this great jurist. I enjoyed the warmth and cooperation of the family when I gathered material for my book, The Path of Justice Chike IDIGBE, which followed my earlier work on Sir Udo Udoma, Law and Statesmanship, the Legacy of Sir Udo Udoma, which was published in 1995. I had outlined the contents to form a joint work on Udoma and IDIGBE. But I found that there was so much material on the two jurists, so I had to split. My research has shown how the minds of the two and those of other great judges at the time worked when they sat together on the bench. Let me give an example in the well-known case of Rabiu against the state on construction. In that case, Judge IDIGBE had declared, "It is the duty of this court, which has the ultimate responsibility of declaring and interpreting provisions of the Constitution, always to bear in mind that the Constitution itself is a mechanism under which laws are to be made by the legislature, and that are not merely an act which declares what the law is." Accordingly, where the question is whether the Constitution has used an expression in the wider or in the narrower sense, the court should always lean, where the justice of the case so demands, to the broader interpretation, unless there's something in the context or in the rest of the Constitution to indicate that the narrower interpretation will best carry out the object and purpose. Sir Udo Udoma also offered his own deep perspective in the decision of the Supreme Court in that case, this way. Where the question is whether the Constitution has used an expression in the wider or in the narrower sense, in my view, this court should, whenever possible, and in response to the demands of justice, lean to the broader interpretation, unless there is something in the text or in the rest of the Constitution to indicate that the narrower interpretation will best carry out the objects and purposes of the Constitution. You can see how the minds of two great judges can work like twins. It has been well established how Justice IDIGBE laid basic premises for the law. He was born in Kaduna on August 12, 1923, to Alexander and Christy IDIGBE. There is a lot to suggest that he was a special one. He was the only child who survived from the womb of his mother, Christy. In fact, she buried 8 of her children. That's to say that Chike IDIGBE was treated like an egg in the house, and there was considerable anxiety at home as he grew. The boy was some prodigy, very inquisitive, very adventurous, but skillful in craft. Without any formal training, Chike could dismantle wristwatches, radios, and bicycles, and fix them perfectly well. Even as a boy, he was exceptionally gifted on the piano and could conjure notes to the astonishment and delights of the elders. At the age of 6, he was enrolled at St. Mary's, Port Harcourt, then went on to the famous Christ the King's College in Onitsha in 1937. Among his classmates at the time were the great Pius Okigbo, great economist, Justice Opata, and J.C. Onwuike, because we all know that Opata later became a justice of the Supreme Court. In 1943, Chike passed his Cambridge examinations in Division 1 and obtained an exemption from the London matric. Initially, he wanted to study engineering, but one morning, he announced to his parents that he has changed his mind, that he had moved from engineering to law. His parents were shocked. But being the only child, they were helpless, so they allowed him to proceed with his vision to read law. I think later they were happy that he took that decision. Of course, IDIGBE changed to law because he said that he had a dream in which he was fully roped in a court that was jam-packed, and he won a sensational case. That helped convince his parents as well. Chike went on to read law at King's College, where he won the coveted Foster Campbell Prize in criminal law in 1947 in the University of London. In 1946, he graduated with second class LLB. He was called to the Middle Temple at the age of 23 in March 1947. He returned to Nigeria and was enrolled to practice. That's in 1947. There were clear signs of the emerging hero. Chike was the first lawyer from what was the then Asaba Division. He began his legal practice in Warri, and his practice grew, and he did very, very well. He set up his practice with the name PUNUKA. I think in Igbo that translates to come out of trouble. And really, he took a lot of people out of trouble. He got married in 1949 to Ofune. You can see that the goldfish, as he said, has no hiding place. In 1961, IDIGBE was appointed a judge of the then High Court of Eastern Nigeria. In 1964, at the age of 41, he was elevated to the Supreme Court bench. He also served as Chief Justice of the Midwest, and he did very well. The Civil War interrupted his career on the bench. Caught on the Biafran side of the conflict, he sat on the side of other jurists in the Biafran Court of Appeal. This may not have been known. In Biafra, there was some sort of thriving body of jurisprudence, and Justice IDIGBE was part of that watershed era and on the bench of the Biafran Court of Appeal. It said a lot about his demeanor that even as the conflict raged, he remained very calm and organized on the bench in Biafra. In 1975, he was reappointed to the Supreme Court of Nigeria to contribute to what is easily identified as a watershed era in the history of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. What is the essential Justice IDIGBE? The essential Justice IDIGBE lies in the profundity of his thoughts and in his sense of decorum. He was a pathfinder who deployed profound brilliance and boldness to charge frontiers in law. Quite often, he made it clear that he stood for justice and the evolution of the society. If I may quote again from the tribute of Justice Attorney Williams, CJN, and I quote, Justice IDIGBE was the very embodiment of the law, whether it was a common law, customary law, statute law, or the construction or the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He seems to have it in his very bones. Yet, although he had all this legal knowledge, he also had a firm grip of principles and the rules of practice and procedure applicable in all the courts in the Federation. He was so well versed in his knowledge of the law that he would reach the right result almost by instinct. It would be in the same vein that the great Chief F. R. Williams, SAN, spoke of Justice Idigbe's, and I quote, unrivaled capacity to get quickly to the heart of the matter or matters in debate. I was not taken aback when Justice Oputa told me in Oputa, and I quote, if you convince Idigbe, you convince the Supreme Court. If you convince Idigbe, you convince the Supreme Court. That was a weighty compliment which shows the influence and respect which Justice Idigbe earned on the bench. As a result, our jurisprudence benefited extensively from his rich mind. As I observed in the part of Justice Chike Idigbe, his return to the Supreme Court in 1975 became a major catalyst of what could be described as a most progressive epoch in the history of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. His judgment showed his preparedness to move the law and society forward. He was never deterred by lack of or scant precedent. Even where there was precedent, Justice Idigbe would carefully scrutinize it as if with binoculars in his search for justice. He, like the famous Lord Denning, would not be unduly manacled by precedent or technicalities. For instance, the principal question that arose for determination in Ogbunia versus Okudo was devoid of any direct judicial decision, authority, or comment. Yet, Justice Idigbe deftly led the Supreme Court to fill the gap. At the Supreme Court, Idigbe JSC wrote some of the most difficult yet unanswerable decisions as he consistently trod the path of substantial justice. In McLean against Inlax, he led the full panel of the Supreme Court to overrule its line of authorities, which appeared at the time untouchable. In Shitabe against Federal Public Service Commission and Balogu versus National Bank, Idigbe JSC made clear departures from ostensibly sacrosanct premises of the common law, which further portrayed a mind that looked well beyond traditional confines in law. Also in Usoro against Shell, Atitigo and Beatrice, Mutual Aid Society against Akerele, these cases came from a consistent well of reasoning that could be attributed to Justice Idigbe's mind, both from his days on the High Court and on the Supreme Court bench. The triumph of substantial justice over undue technicalities is an ideal that will strengthen public confidence in the judiciary. May I add that in realizing this objective, even our Supreme Court should not shy away from revisiting its earlier premises on which it erected a decision if the circumstances call for that, in the interest of justice. Although Kaudenshaw JSC had warned in Adigu versus AG of Oyo State that the Supreme Court is a super court and the justices of that court are supermen, the dynamic nature of our society and the very limitation of the human element could present a scenario for proper review and further evolution of law and jurisprudence. Of course, the Supreme Court has said in other cases that it could review decisions based on the circumstances. It is instructive that despite his high standing on the bench, Justice Idigbe took active interest in the development of his community. In appreciation of his contributions, his kinsmen conferred on him the title of Izoma of Asaba in 1977. I recall that Justice West, former CJN, who was with Justice IDIGBE on the Supreme Court, said that IDIGBE, quote, was committed to humanity and loved tradition. He effectively combined his rigorous schedule on the Supreme Court with an unwavering commitment to the needs of his people in Asaba. When IDIGBE was in legal practice, he handled many cases pro bono, that's free, and sponsored many students from his purse. Many still speak highly of his humility and humanness. The judge, a very humble, amiable person, alas, betrayed compassion in the state, Mr. Musa. The facts of the case were touching. The deceased was married to an American, went out one morning in his car. He returned late and the house burst. There was a quarrel between husband and wife. Later that evening, the wife took the key of the car and made to drive it away from their premises opposite their home, where the car was parked. Her husband followed her and tried to stop her, but she drove on. In the heat of the tension, the husband jumped onto the bonnet of the car to stop the wife from driving away. I think he was trying to make peace. The wife continued to drive. After a few yards, he fell from the car, hit the main road, and died. The wife was, of course, arrested and prosecuted, and the case came before Justice Chike IDIGBE, Chief Justice at the time. The question before the court was whether the action of the accused that morning in continuing her journey, even for a short distance, after the deceased mounted the bonnet of the car, was tantamount to reckless driving. Justice IDIGBE noted bitterly, as Chief Justice, quote, "It was foolish and reckless of the deceased to mount the bonnet of a moving vehicle, whatever his motive may have been. If it was intended to prevent the accused from driving the car further, that indeed was a misguided and stupid action. Nor did his lordship, the Chief Justice, spare the accused, quote, but the accused herself told the court she knew it was a dangerous act on the part of anyone to mount the bonnet of a moving vehicle, and for the driver of such vehicle to continue the journey in those circumstances. She, however, drove on, not making any attempt to bring the car to a halt. The CJ concluded, after considering the evidence of witnesses, the injuries on the body of the deceased, and their relation to what was, in the opinion of the doctor, the cause of the death, that the accused was guilty of manslaughter. His lordship also found the accused guilty of reckless driving, but stayed sentenced on that count. There was pin-drop silence when time came for allocutus. D.E. Agangowa, for the accused, rose slowly to his feet. His delivery was excellent. He spoke like a thoroughly inspired character from Shakespeare. I quote, "This lady came to this country in pursuit of love. It has now struck a tragic note. I believe it will remain with the accused for life. The principal actor, accused, will be haunted by events which led to this prosecution. At the prime of her age, no woman wishes to be called a widow. She has been through a nightmare throughout the tendency of this case. I ask court to be lenient." Even the prosecution appeared touched and left the issue of sentence to the court. Chief Justice IDIGBE was evidently touched by the facts of this case, and he tempered justice with mercy as he ended his judgments. He showed that he was human after all. Justice Idigbe declared with a touch of the consummate poet umpire, and I quote, "This is indeed a very pathetic case. There was a domestic disagreement such as it is not unknown between husbands and wives. Accused walked out on the deceased, possibly in an effort to avoid an explosive situation. The deceased followed, possibly intending to prevent the accused from going out that early hour of the morning. In doing this, the deceased became rash in his action and caused death. Aggrieved about the situation, accused, heedless of the consequences of the action of the deceased, also pursued a dangerous course of action. After taking into consideration the facts of the case, I propose to be extremely lenient. Sentence: accused is cautioned and discharged." That was Idigbe. In one hand, a very stern judge, very strict, but on the other hand, tempering justice with mercy based on the facts of the case. And he began in saying that the accused came into the country looking for love, met tragedy. Justice Idigbe was a liberal-minded crusader who, in Ukebu against AG of Igbo State, led a full panel of the Supreme Court to decide that a private individual or agency has the right to establish a university, a secondary or post-primary institution. His lordship declared pointedly in a decision that progressively broadened access to education in Nigeria, and quote, "Every member of this community has a right to adequate, unalloyed, and balanced education, a right to receive healthy education, a right to freedom from unsavory and diabolical instructions and teachings." It could therefore be said that Justice Idigbe, by that judgment, laid a strong foundation for the Nigerian government to liberalize education in Nigeria. In the Shitabe case, Idigbe JSC boldly rejected the application in Nigeria of the common law principles that the prerogative order of mandamus does not generally issue against the crown or its servants in their capacity as crown servants. He held that a public servant in the established pensionable cadre of the Federal Public Service has a legal status and ex hypothesi a right to remain in service until properly removed in accordance with the civil service rules applicable to him. In his landmark conclusion, Justice Idigbe held that the applicant had a legal right to be properly reinstated and that the respondent had the collective duty to see that he was duly reinstated. Justice Idigbe was a good listener who could hear you out quietly for a long time, even when he did not agree with all your arguments. His colleagues and others who knew him spoke well of his team spirit and high respect for humanity. Justice Idigbe was brilliant, bold, hardworking, and foresighted, yet humble and humane. Outside the legal profession, he chaired the committee whose work gave birth to the Land Use Act, even though the final land document became a joint effort. His appointment to the panel came not long after he returned to the Supreme Court and was seen as proof of his understanding of the complexities of land law in Nigeria. If you read the cases of Udensi versus Mogbo and Arase, you will agree that Justice Idigbe had a profound grasp of the intricacies of land law in Nigeria. He was conferred with 2 national honors, OFR and CON. The essential Justice Idigbe was largely a combination of the character convictions of his father, Alexander, and the amiability of his mother, Christy. There's no denying the strong presence of the jurist background, personality, and perception of social environment in his legal thoughts. The suffering humanity he saw during the Civil War might also have sharpened the Izoma sensibilities to law and social cohesion. Although Justice Idigbe was never appointed the Chief Justice of Nigeria, some in his time regarded him as Chief Justice of Law in Nigeria. I think music also charged his thoughts. He was very fond of the piano. He loved music extensively. We have seen that Nigeria is passing through a phase that challenges the resilience of our patriotism and the character of the bench, which was Justice Idigbe's principal constituency. The judiciary represents a much coveted institution to protect democracy and the rule of law in this country. Needless emphasizing that a truly autonomous, truly independent judiciary deserves support and encouragement to perform optimally and help strengthen our institutions. Nigeria needs a courageous, integrity-driven judiciary. Despite the worrisome outlook in some cases, our judiciary is well positioned in terms of content. There may well be other Idigbes in our midst waiting to happen. One way we can draw them out is by enriching the bench with more presence from the accomplished bar or even from the academia. That way, we can have more Eliases, more Namanis, Tobis, Udomas, Eshos, Oputas, and other icons who lead up our judiciary. Before I conclude this modest contribution, let me appeal to the Nigerian law biographer and legal writer to write more about the giants of the profession, whether at the bar or on the bench. An exploration into the backgrounds and influences that made them excel, or into the character and breadth of their jurisprudence, is necessary eternally, not just to eulogize a glorious past, but to challenge the future. I made a major discovery when I spent time in Onitsha on Sir Louis Mbanefo. My efforts led in 2002 to the book, The Background Memories of Sir Louis Mbanefo, which was published in 2002, and became a useful insight into law and history. In the case of Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe, in whose honor we are gathered here today, there are abundant lessons to be learned from his massive imprint. 40 years after he slept, the bar, the bench, and the larger strata of humanity continue to unite to say eloquently about him: here was a great man, much alive, indeed, in death. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you. After listening to his address, one is very convinced that he is the author of the biography of Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe. Thank you very much, sir, for your address. Thank you so much. And so now we'll go into the panel discussions. I will call the discussants in no particular order to please come to the podium. And then they will give their presentations seriatim, one after the other. And so very respectfully, I call on former governor of Lagos State, an astute lawyer and politician, the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Honorable Babatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please come up to stage. Next, I call on Professor Epiphany Azinge, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the 5th Director General of National Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. Thank you very much. I also call on Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much. A thought leader in taxation law, I must add. Thank you so much. I call on Professor Josephine Agbonika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the Faculty of Law, Veritas University. Thank you so much.
Our special guest of honor, if we allow the 4 gentlemen and lady to exhaust their resource materials, we may not be living here today. So it's good to have a ground rule. We will give you 20 minutes each. When it is 15 minutes in your time, the master of ceremony will give you a small sheet of paper to remind you. When it is your time, he will also remind you. I want to encourage us to please keep to time, because we have elderly men here who cannot sit for too long. Am I right? They cannot sit for too long, but we don't want to exhaust them. But we will also have time for question and answers. At that time also, we'll want you to show brevity in your answers, because we respect that when eminent members of the legal profession like you speak, it takes a long time. We are all advocates and we enjoy speaking. So you can call the first speaker to kick off. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, sir. I just wanted to also mention that joining us virtually is Professor Obiora Okafor. He could also be put up. And before I call on the first discussants, I would like to quickly recognize the presence of Mr. Cosmos Enweluzo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. And I also recognize Mr. Walter Ojimba. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. And I thank again the chairman, Mr. Womolo, vice chairman of the Board of Benchers. I felt very intimidated by this very strong faculty here, and I did not think I had any locals to tell them about time. So I thank you very much for doing that for me, and I'm very grateful, sir. Thank you so much. And without further ado, I will please call on Mr. Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for his presentation.
Your Excellency, former Head of State, the Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me adopt the protocols that have already been well articulated. Let me thank the IDIGBE family for inviting me, and I think this is the second or maybe a little more of this series that I have participated in. And I must commend all of you for holding on really to a legacy that is really difficult to quantify in terms of value, the IDIGBE name. And may you also be very worthy torch bearers and torch passers to many more generations of that name. I commend you very much. I think that you will see that I am the only one who is not a professor amongst the panelists. In fact, the virtual participant is also a professor. And that is understandable. You see, I didn't like school. And for those of you who may not know, Professor Azinge was my lecturer in school. He taught me jurisprudence. And he's a very good teacher. He was very patient with us. Now, let me also thank the keynote speaker. And he has made my own version of the work much lighter. And I believe also he has covered a lot of grounds about the cases that we could possibly have and bring under consideration. So I will start my own intervention by what he chose to deal with as the second paragraph of his intervention. And again, a lot of thanks to him. What I chose to open with, I got from his book on Justice IDIGBE, and that was a tribute of the CJ and then Atonda Fatai Williams in that lecture. And I think the relevant part I just wish to emphasize is the part that long after Justice IDIGBE has left us, his judgments will continue to communicate with us. And that is so far-sighted and so visionary. And here we are, 4 decades after, and this is what all of us have come to discuss, Justice IDIGBE's judgments, how he speaks and how he continues to live with us. And we've seen some of the places where he has really impacted our work. So in the case that I have to review, Bucknor McLean and Louisa Kuforola Bucknor versus Inlax, I don't know if there are any non-lawyers in the house. Are there any non-lawyers here? Okay, so let me try and just summarize what this case was about. Because what I really want to dwell on is the philosophy of the court, exemplified by its judges. And perhaps to situate it in the context of a nation as it evolves, and to understand that the court is part of that nation's government, and its philosophy must respond reasonably and within the law to the expectation and aspirations of the development of that nation. But what were the facts of the case? Very, very simple. A family sold land, leased land to a company. Very simple, straightforward. The person who devised the lease in the first place had passed on, so the successors to the estate became the owners of the land. Is that clear? Very simple again. So the lease was running. Suddenly, the new owners just thought, and the reason is not explicit, that let us go and challenge the lease that we gave to the company. Their own lease. And they say, no, we're going to challenge it. And declare it void, declare it invalid. What was the reason? there was a form in the law that says that if you want to transfer any interest under titles registered under this law, use this form. And so they went to the High Court of Lagos to say, declare our own lease invalid. And now this brings me to the question of the personalities involved in this case. They were giants in every respect. From the judge that tried it, Justice Adefarasi, the late father now of Pastor Paul Adefarasi, and husband of Hilda Adefarasi, and I see General Gowon nodding his head because he knew them very well. And then, of course, the lawyers. F.R.A. Williams, Alfred Kasumu, J.A. Cole, very formidable legal team, Amao Akpampa, and the stage was set for high stakes and high drama. And then when you look at the panel of jurists on the Supreme Court, there was Justice IDIGBE and his colleagues, giants of the time, as the chairman of the occasion had alluded to. So the High Court said, yes, we agree, and we will not give effect to this lease because the form was not used. There are previous decisions of the Supreme Court on this matter, and those decisions, Ounmi and Patterson, Zokonis, and I believe Jamal Engineering and Shell BP, we have decided that these forms must be used. And so the company now said, okay, let's go to the Court of Appeal and see what will happen there. And off they went to the Court of Appeal. In the Court of Appeal said no. I mean, this doesn't make sense. Even if the form was not used, let us look at the substance of this matter. What really is the heart of the matter? What wrong have these people committed? And the Court of Appeal said they overruled the trial court. And so these plaintiffs now became the appellants in the Supreme Court, and they came to the stage that we have asked to discuss. And there was a Supreme Court following in the finest traditions of the Commonwealth and common law jurisprudence, following its own precedents. And this is important. The Supreme Court, once it has decided a case, will decide similar cases likewise. Why is this important? And this is a matter of philosophy and policy. So that members of the public, in ordering their affairs, have some reasonable certainty about what the law is. And that's why precedents are important in the legal profession. And so very, 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 very rarely will the Supreme Court reverse its own previous decision. I unsuccessfully, in my time when I was in IDIGBE Parish as a litigator, tried unsuccessfully to make them change their minds. I think that was in 1994. But I was unsuccessful. It turned out later, and this is a matter for another day, that Justice Ogundare, who literally drove me out of court. I was 2 years at the bar when I appeared before the Supreme Court in Lagos, a full court. And it was about 10 years later, they now reversed that decision in another case. But just to set the stage, that this is a formidable undertaking to persuade the Supreme Court to reverse its decision. It was even more so when it was a member of the court that was saying, we are not going that way. But how did he get there? So the arguments went on. And of course, Chief Rotimi Williams was the leader of the appellant's team. And if you read about him, he was formidable even in stature. And I'm sure Justice Belgore will confirm that. But not only that, he was a very hard-working lawyer. And if you have tried a case against him, I say this to younger lawyers, that if you tried a case against Chief Williams, if he had a good case, he will not lose it. If he had a bad case, you have to work to win it. His industry was really, really phenomenal. And so here he was now saying, look, you can't depart from your previous decisions. And this is where the man in whose honor we gather came to the stage and to the center to say, no, yes, we have laid the precedents. And he told his brother justices, I am not going to follow you. We are going to change those laws. But how did he get there? There was one thing that drove at his mind. And maybe in today's world, you will probably call it 419. That how can these people say that their own lease is no longer binding? How can you have this kind of transaction? Take pecuniary benefit and then turn around because of some form and say, this is not going to happen. But there was still hurdles to cross. His sense of justice was already clear that this was wrong. How to get at an answer that accorded with law was the hurdle. And I say this for members of the public who sometimes criticize our courts when they come to certain conclusions. The court's obligation is to do justice according to law. And I think that modification is always important. Yes, you may see an event, it may look like that to you. You may actually be present when something happens. When it gets to court, the judges were not there. The lawyers were not there. And they have rules by which they operate. What kind of evidence is admissible and what kind of evidence is not. If you don't bring the evidence of what happened when you are there in the format that the law prescribes that it should be presented, the case is dead on arrival. So I think this is important for members of the public to understand as they criticize our judiciary. We can only do justice according to law. So, now, and what did Justice IDIGBE do? He showed his very deep knowledge of land law. One of the things he did, I think, in the version of the report, the All Nigeria Law Report series that I use, you will see there where he was drawing a clarity at page 200, where he was saying, yes, even if a deed of lease, which was prescribed, if you grant an interest, I think 3 years, then you must register it. And that if you didn't, it would not be void simply because it was not registered. There was some relief in equity. And again, for law students and lawyers, you will know that when the law really becomes difficult, some say it is an ass, I think it can just become difficult. There's always recourse to equity. Equity is really about conscience and good deeds, about the best values. And wherever you then, and I think one of the things he did here was to use the principles of equity to set the stage that equity will not aid fraud. You will not take undue benefit. And then he went to the, I believe it was the Onwumi case, to go back to some of the basic things they teach in first year law about how to extract the decision of a case. Because it is not everything that is said in a case by judges that is the decision. The decision must relate solely to the question determined and decided as framed by the parties. And sometimes in reaching those decisions, judges tend to say a little more than is necessary. But that is not precedent. It is what lawyers called obiter. And he tried to show immediately that there was a difference between the case at hand, Bucknor McLean, and Shell, that there was a distinction to be made at page 200 of that judgment. And that all of the arguments that Chief Williams was canvassing were based on obiter, that the issue to avoid the document was not set down for hearing in the first earlier cases. And then, of course, I think the other point I just wish to then make was to show that this was the era immediately after the 1979 12 to 3rd case. And that was probably the peak of the period when cases went to court, people were dismissed, either the pleadings was not properly set, you didn't follow one form, and they left the court with a decision, but sometimes without justice. And there was that period of technicality. And I think this was a period when the court said, hey, this has to change. We will take a decision now based on where the justice of the matters lie, irrespective of the non-compliance with forms. And I think it's set out very clearly. We are not asking you to then take this judgment and say, oh, we will ignore the form. We are not asking you to ignore the law. Wherever the law says follow a form, follow it. But where there is the risk of injustice, we will stand up and be a court of justice according to law. And I think that is, for me, the heart and soul of this decision. And it was an attitude which then commended the court to the general public. It began to show the reasoning of the court that for lawyers who wanted to drive people away from justice using technicalities, that era was sadly put behind, and a new era of substantial justice opened in the court. And I think you will see a lot of that if you read Professor Eshesage's book on the work of the Supreme Court. And I think there was a way he tried to really explain, and in that sense, I associate myself with the keynote speaker, urging many more of us to take some time and go back and study the work of the court and the individual juries and try and document some of this for the next generation. How do I conclude this? Except to say also that just after that period, there was a military intervention that led into the early 80s, and there were all sorts of decrees that were passed. But it was on the back of this reform era of substantial justice that even if the decree said they had no jurisdiction, courts were saying, no, did you even comply with your own law before you oust our jurisdiction? And you will see then cases like Ujuku and Lagos State and all of those kind of things. And I think that signified the era of a new Supreme Court. And this is not to say that courts do not face challenges. And that same Supreme Court has been scandalized before. And you remember the scandal of the, I was reading Olatunji Dare's tribute, as it were, to late Peter Pan. And there was a part there where he reminded me of the period when the Supreme Court was scandalized about limousines, Mercedes limousines. But again, like the phoenix, that court always reinvents itself and comes back after each unfortunate incident. And just to say that just last week, I saw a report on Fox News, a report of a poll amongst Americans, and less than 50% of them said they trusted their Supreme Court. Less than 50%. And I'm not saying this to validate anything. I'm just saying this is what society faces from time to time in how it sees its response and how it sees its judiciary. And what is the heart of the matter now? It is something about precedent. Roe versus Wade, the right to choose and the right to life. And recently the Supreme Court has, in the United States, has said, look, we're going against the grain of Roe versus Wade. And so that is precedent that has stood for, I think, 2 or 3 decades that they have changed. And it is likely they may change their minds again. So let us understand that when judgments are made, they are first the sum total of the assistance that the court receives from lawyers. And let us as lawyers look at ourselves. How much research, how much assistance, how much preparation do we put to our cases in aid of the justice? And then, of course, the justices themselves. What is the level of their personal industry? And we've heard here that Justice Idigbe lived in his study. We've heard how prodigious his talent was. But everybody knows that talent alone is never enough. It is attitude. And there could be no greater tribute from anybody, man or woman, than the tribute from your peers. And we've heard here that his peers celebrated him as a leader of them, from Fatai Williams to Puta, who said, if you persuade Idigbe, we are persuaded. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you once more. as we celebrate the life of this very, very great jurist and a torchbearer for what kind of juries we should have on our courts. I am done.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. The Honorable Minister reminded us that he's not a professor, but I dare say he has spoken very much like a professor. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Moving on very quickly, I would then call Ogbe Shinapo Okilelo Ahabam, Professor Epiphany Azinge, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Officer of the Order of the Niger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, my Lord Honorable Justice Belgore, the Chairman of the occasion, Honorable Ministers, my Lords of the various courts here in attendance, learned senior advocates of Nigeria, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge the Vice Chancellor of Veritas Universities and the students of the Faculty of Law of Veritas University in attendance. Chairman, my time is not running yet. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been invited to review the case of Machine Umeje and another against Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited. 1975, 9 to 11 Supreme Court reprint at pages 102 to 103, and exactly to look at the impact on present jurisprudence. Chairman, I will want to take liberty as a son of Asaba to give a brief insight into the personality of Honorable Justice IDIGBE before I do my case review, and I'm sure it will still be within the 15 minutes time, or 20 minutes time. First, I consider it an honor and privilege to be invited as a discussant, and I believe that for that purpose, I'm the only person from Asaba who is speaking from here. Truth be told, I was never privileged to appear before him as a counsel, though I was called to the bar 3 years before his demise. But I was permanently in his presence for over 15 years of my life. During Christmas festivities in Asaba, I engaged with him repeatedly. He was a man given to lavish entertainment of visitors, and he regaled his guests with his command performance on piano and organ respectively. So I endorse and wholeheartedly what the keynote speaker said. In my 1 year at the Nigerian Law School in Lagos, from 1979 to 1980, there was no single day I was not in his house in Ikoyi. I had both lunch and dinner before retiring to my own abode. The greater honor was being around to welcome him home upon his return from his office at the Supreme Court. He never failed to inquire how our law school program was progressing, and you will always notice the sparkle in his eyes as reference is made to some key issues of law. He was always a delight. It was always a delight and privilege to have such an exchange, and I dare say engagement, with an oracle of the law. In some evenings, you will hear the sound of piano resonating from the recesses of his private chambers. This has prompted me to ask, what has music got to do with the law? Just as many has asked with regards to Lord Denning, what has mathematics got to do with the law? Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe's fame and glory manifested even when I was at the Nigerian Law School. Teachers always acknowledge him as one of the best legal minds in Nigeria. I left the shores of Nigeria in 1982 to London for higher studies. I was there in 1983 when my phone rang, and I was invited to his London residence. By the time I arrived, the great sage and jurist has passed on to immortality. I became part of the team that arranged for everything pertaining to the movement of his mortal remains from London to Nigeria. Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe had courage and presence, indeed commanding presence. There was an aura of greatness around him, and he exuded unbridled confidence as a man. But he was accessible to all manner of men and women, regardless of their station in life or standing in society. He was humility personified. He walked in measured steps, and his not too large frame and stature dignified his handsome features and patrician appearance. He was urbane in his dressing, a picture of a cultured city gent, an embodiment of gentility, a man of sartorial elegance, class, and panache. He had an amazing sense of humor, though not a man of many words. He was widely acclaimed as a jurist of remarkable depth and breadth of interest, a distinguished legal practitioner, yet he excelled more on the bench. He was next in line for the position of Chief Justice of Nigeria before his death, and this we always try to emphasize and underscore as people of Asaba, that perhaps the best Chief Justice of Nigeria we never had. The case review. A costly grounds are the case of Machine Umeje and Shell BP. Ordinarily on the face of it, will never suggest the facts or suggest from the facts the intricately woven judgment Honorable Justice Idigbe made of it. It was more or less a case of negligence and public nuisance. Escape, a clear exemplification of the rule in Ryland and Fletcher, which all law students are used to. Negligence and public nuisance founded on duty of care and the time-honored rule in Ryland and Fletcher. But it took a judge of Idigbe's stature, his elevated thought process, his profound analytical mind, his clarity of thought, his ability to dissect otherwise complicated issues, his capacity to distill the germane issues of consideration, and his lucidity of language to convey his findings on the salient points in that case. Above all was his unwavering sense of justice, which was unassailable at all times. Like Fashola tried to allude to, and I do here also, the case was an appeal from a judgment of Obebine J. Obebine at his own time was a judge of great distinction, and he made his marks. And the counsel on both sides were all equally legal titans and legal juggernauts. Of course, Rotimi Williams will always be on one side. And indeed, it was Rotimi Williams that formulated the grounds of appeal in this particular case. And he formulated 7 grounds of appeal. In the panel for the Supreme Court are also men of distinction, Atanda Williams, Mohammed Bello, and Chike Idegbe that gave the lead judgment. And if we followed procedurally, you notice that both of them ended up as Chief Justice of Nigeria. Hence, we keep saying that it would have been Chike Idegbe in that hierarchy, even before, because he was the most senior of the three members of the Supreme Court panel at that point in time. Two issues for consideration. One, damages. Rotimi Williams made heavy weather on the damage awarded to the respondent by the trial court. Indeed, the trial court only requested for a fair and reasonable compensation, but damages were awarded. And at the trial court, so Rotimi Williams made an issue out of it. And it was for Idegbe to look at the matter closely, and drawing from the Housebridge law of England, he posited damages are in their fundamental character compensatory. Damages are in their fundamental character compensatory. Whether the matter complained of a breach of contract or tort, the primary theoretical notion is to place the plaintiff in a position, so far as money can do it, as if the matter complained of had not occurred. But the Supreme Court went further through Justice Idegbe to issue a note of caution. And he said accordingly, we ought, therefore, to sound a note of warning that it is not intended that we should be understood as saying that in all cases, a claim in this form should be entertained. End of quote. A case where, though the Supreme Court yielded, but obviously found fault with the form of pleadings, and to that extent issued a caution that it should not be understood as saying that in all cases, a claim in this form should be entertained. Now, moving from the issue of damages, we come to the nexus between negligence and the rule in Ryland Fletcher, as Justice Idegbe espoused. In his lead judgment, ingeniously unravel the nexus between negligence and the rule in Ryland as Fletcher, as deftly canvassed in the grounds of appeal by the appellant counsel Rotimi Williams. Even at that, the Supreme Court dismissed grounds 6 and 7 of the appellant's ground of appeal and found the trial court's judgment in that regard as unsatisfactory. Though, however, Justice Chike Idegbe set aside the award of damages in respect of respondents' lakes and farmlands. Now, this is where it's becoming a little bit tricky. We appreciate that in Ryland and Fletcher, the issue is an escape, one way or the other, in public nuisance that will cause havoc. Moving on in that regard. And mark you, by 1979, we were only being introduced to environmental claims in terms of oil spillage and what have you. But in this particular case, what Justice Idegbe did was to acknowledge, in trying to draw a parallel between negligence and public nuisance, that yes, a general damage in that order will not be entertained. So as regards lakes, which is general in character, and farmlands, no damage can be awarded. But in regards to ponds, because ponds have become personalized in terms of ownership, yes, damages can be. Because he now posited that for farmlands and lakes, no. But for ponds, which can be taken into consideration as involving ownership rights, yes, that can be taken into consideration. And they only awarded damages for the ponds because of the fishes that were affected by the oil escape daring from the Shell Development Company exploration factors. So what is evident from the judgment is a critical analysis of the intertwining of the law of negligence and the rule in Ryland and Fletcher. More significant is the application of the law to the facts of the case and the dexterity deployed by Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe in arriving at his conclusion. So 2 principles that have emerged from the case and impact on present jurisdiction as we've been invited to explore. 1, that a badly worded claim should not hinder the case of the plaintiff, as the court should look into the pleadings to ascertain the claim. 1. 2, that damages are fundamentally compensatory and pecuniary compensation the court awards to a person for the injury he has sustained by reason of an act or the fault of another. Now, for me, it is important to note, and that is the much we've looked into, that several cases have relied on this principle as woven by Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe, and I will just list a few. The matter was looked into at Matter and Choji and another, 2020 Court of Appeal. Idigbe was also endorsed in AZ Petroleum Products versus Surrogate 2019 Court of Appeal. Again, UBA PLC versus Vetex Ego Limited 2019 Court of Appeal. DHL International Nigeria Limited against Ademola 2018 Court of Appeal. Micah and others against Honorable Minister of the FCT and others 2018 Court of Appeal. Eborime against Olabegi and others 2018 Court of Appeal. Zenith Bank PLC against Emirates Creditors 2016 Court of Appeal. BB Apugo and others and Sons Limited 2016 Supreme Court. Orlando PLC and Abdullahi and another 2014 Court of Appeal. And Copec Construction Limited and Ikisola 2010 Court of Appeal. We've noticed that going further, the case of 1975 still resonates across our courts and obviously treated with a lot of reverence as far as the judgments of our courts and judicial precedents are concerned. But now, I move on to the relevance of that judgment to environmental protection and climate change litigation jurisprudence. Recall that the main issue in the Umeje case is environmental protection. Basically, the crude oil waste spillage and construction of access road affecting the natural environment. Unknown to Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe, his judgment given over 46 years ago would find application in the Trailblazing Climate Change Act 2021. Yes. For the first time in Nigeria's legal history, the legislation explicitly provides for the orders of the court, or for the orders the court can make when presented with climate change or environmental matters. Amongst these orders listed in section 34(2) of the Climate Change Act 2021 is the order, in the words of Justice Chike Idigbe, the order of compensation, that is quoting, order of compensation to the victim directly affected by the acts that are harmful to the environment. This is taken precisely from this judgment of 1975, and imported into a legislation of 2021. It shows how important this judgment has been and how well has been treated, not just in the courts, but to have formed a critical aspect of a legislation in this country. So we cannot underscore that enough. Having defined damages as being fundamentally compensatory in nature, pecuniary, and restoring the injured party to the position as if the action or inaction did not take place, one can state unequivocally that Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe, in the light of the Climate Change Act 2021, has indeed provided a platform for communities and individuals to seek restoration and protection of the environment. In my conclusion, I said, great legal minds continue to influence and impact our jurisprudence even from their graves. Honorable Justice Chike Idigbe belongs to the pantheon of legal legends. He attained immortality through his judgments, and today his pronouncement has helped to shape legislation, particularly the Climate Change Act. He will always be remembered. I thank you for your attention.
Professor Azenge, we thank you very much for your glowing encomiums that you've thrown on the learned jurist. We thank you for your eloquence and your erudition in your case review. Thank you so much, sir. It would be remiss of us not to convey the deep apologies of Mr. Yakubu Chonoko Mekiao, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Officer of the Order of the Niger, who is the 31st President of the Nigerian Bar Association. He was slated to be a discussant with us today as well. However, an exigency came up today this morning. He was with us throughout yesterday at Veritas University. He conveys his deep regrets and wishes us the very best of a symposium. And in that breath, I would respectfully like to recognize the second Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association, CHUKWUNWEIKE Clement Ugo, Esquire, who is with us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you. And I also recognize Leonard Silk, Mr. CVC Hekwazu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Thank you. I then call on our next discussant, Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for his case review. Thank you, sir.
May I crave the indulgence of the chairman of this occasion to stand on all the existing protocol. Your Excellency, and all the men of timber and caliber here present, to borrow the immortal words of K.O. Mbadiwe, I recognize you. I give everyone due regards. Professor Kanyip, I recognize you, sir. That is my mentor in the field of taxation. And I also recognize all the law lords here present and the senior advocates. Before I dive into my discussion, let me say something that struck me about Chief IDIGBE and the lesson for today's Gen Z. You know, today's generation believe that they will forever be in the shadows of their fathers if they follow the same path. But he has demonstrated that there could be intergenerational pursuit of family enterprise at a level that will add value to the legacy of the predecessor. So today, his father is not the reference, but rather he is the reference because he has made all of us to go into the statute books, court decisions, and dig up all these cases, though that are very relevant, but to now bring them to the fore in order to learn fresh lessons and also set fresh agenda for law reform. So, Chief IDIGBE, when your memoir is being written, I hope you will deliberately and intentionally pay attention on this great lesson for today's generation. So now, the overview of my presentation in 20 minutes. I like to contextualize the case that I'm here to discuss, which is the case of Uduedo Akpo and Odogu Igor Rigor is a 1978 case decision of the Supreme Court. So I'm here to assess the jurisprudential impact of the case on the Nigerian law. So in contextualizing it, I'll give some background, then I'll quickly look at the facts. Then the decision of the customary court, the High Court, and the Supreme Court, I now come to the assessment. Then I'll also seize this unique opportunity to highlight some thoughts on possible future reforms. Then I will conclude. So this is a case that was heard by a panel comprising of 3 late legal juggernauts. Late Shodende Showemimo GSC, late Justice IDIGBE, and late Justice Kayode Esho, in which Justice IDIGBE delivered the lead judgment. The case relates to ownership of land in a community in Isoko, part of the current Delta states. And the case has been the locus classicus on the effect of lapse of time between hearing of evidence and delivery of judgment. And also the case is a locus classicus on another point of non-suit. So I will focus on the first one. At the time that this decision was rendered, the only direct authority, not so direct because it's a landlord-tenant matter, was the decision of Brett's JSC in Awobiyi and Igbalaye brothers in 1965 case. So at this time, there was no court of appeal. Also, there was no constitutional prescription of a timeline between the conclusion of a case and the delivery of the judgment. So the landmark case that I'm here to review is perhaps the springboard that led to the provision of Section 294 in the current Constitution. But before then, a year after a provision in the Constitution of 1979 Constitution. So, along the same path that my learned brother, the professor of professors said, this is not just a case of inspiring a statutory reform, but a case of inspiring a constitutional reform in this regard because of the importance. I will come to it later. Even in 1979, the Constitution didn't really get the nuance in the decision of Justice IDIGBE. So there were still cases that followed until 1985, when a decree now plugged the lacuna and the hole, which was now reenacted or reproduced in the 1999 Constitution. So what are the facts of the case? In brief, it's a land dispute between family members in the Eri community in Isoko over a parcel of land which the appellant at that time claimed that they pledged to another members of the family for 3 boxes of whiskey, which at that time was valued at about 16 shillings. It was pledged to 2 people who now invited a 3rd person to join them to farm on the land. After some time, all the people who were alive when this transaction happened had become late. Then the 3rd fellow who was invited to farm on the land now tried to redeem the pledge, which he was not a party to. So the story of the plaintiff in this case was that they got to know about this attempt to redeem the pledge, and then they returned the money and then asked the defendant to leave. So to cut a long story short, the plaintiff claimed that he had to involve the community members to intervene. So there is a community association that it was alleged that the chairman and the secretary intervened and then told the defendant to leave and collect about 36 pounds in exchange for the development on the land. So in any case, the defendant denied all this. It's like the general averment we always do. Denied that there was a pledge, claimed that his family had been on the property from time immemorial, denied that there was any meeting involving the members of the community, and also denied ever trying to redeem the pledge from the relatives of the. So the plaintiff approached the customary court, suing for trespass, and also making a claim, making a prayer that the defendant should be compelled to collect the pledge back, the money. Because of the way the claims at the customary court was framed, the customary court non-suited the claim, but held, before doing that, in favor of the plaintiff. But it's important to know that the case at the customary court was non-suited. We then treat up the issue of non-suit as one of the major issues at the Supreme Court. The case now proceeded to the High Court in Delta State, the whole Bender State, and at the High Court, all these issues played out. But there was such a long list of witnesses. The plaintiff called 11 witnesses. The defendant called 6 witnesses. And the case spanned initially about 10 months. But in the middle of the whole trial, the judge was transferred. The judge was transferred, and he expressed his intention to continue with the matter. But the judge was transferred from one division to another, and finally to Rueli, and it became almost difficult. But the parties requested that it is in the interest of justice that the judge should be back to deliver judgment. Also, the judge that was at the station persuaded the judge to come back and deliver the judgment. And there was also a directive from the CJ of the old Bender State that the judge should come back and deliver the judgment. While all these things were happening, of course, time was ticking. At the end of the day, by the time judgment was delivered, there had been a lapse of time of almost 2 years. So the plaintiff won, the defendant lost, and the defendant appealed to the Supreme Court. Then there was no court of appeal. There were lots of grounds of appeal, but the main one that is important for this discourse was that the appellant contended that because of the incessant travel, especially the lapse of time between when the witnesses were heard and when the decision was made, the judge could not be said to have taken full advantage of hearing the demeanor of the witnesses in coming to his decision. So it might look like a technical point, but the panel of the 3 law lords, they looked at the records and they saw some inconsistencies in the evaluation of evidence, and then held that truly something important must have been lost in terms of appreciation of what happened. Not what they said, but in terms of their demeanor and their general credibility at the time that the judgment was delivered. So IDIGBE, in his judgment, then said that this rule will not apply in all cases, but it depends on the peculiarity of the case. Because the bottom line should be whether substantial justice or injustice had been done because of the time lapse. And that in this particular case, references were made to the evaluation process, and then it was demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that the judge could not be said to have taken full advantage. So shortly after that, on the effect of this case on the Nigerian jurisprudence, just a year after, the 1979 Constitution was enacted, and then, before then, 1960 Constitution, 1963 only provided for fair hearing, very broad. There was no specific provision on timeline when judgment should be delivered. So in 1979, Section 258 then mandatorily provided that judgment must be delivered, judgment shall be delivered not later than 3 months, which was a good law because it came to address some mischief. But the problem was judges approached this in a literal manner and then started declaring all judgments were not due to the fault of the parties. Judgment were delivered outside the 3 months as they started setting them aside, contrary to what Justice IDIGBE said in his judgment. So during the military in 1985, there was a decree, Constitution Suspension and Modification Amendment Act of number 17, where the court now introduced a subsection saying that it is not a blanket case. It is not in all cases. And then reinforced the need to look at the facts of the case to see whether indeed it has affected the justice of the case. So this is now what was reenacted in the 1999 Constitution in Section 2941. So that is not the end of the story. And I want you to envisage a scenario where a case had taken almost 20 years to travel to the Supreme Court, only for the Supreme Court to say, go back to the trial court. As a matter of fact, I tried to dig into the archive to see whether this case was relitigated. I will still continue my search. So now, this case has not only impacted the Constitution, it has also impacted the High Court, the Court of Appeal Act, and the Court of Appeal rules, and also the Supreme Court Act and the rules. Because now, the legal framework of the court and the rules have been reformed such that these courts can, in deserving cases, now exercise the power of the trial court in deserving cases, so that the issue of saying go back to stage one will not arise. And I look at it. When this matter goes, when it starts de novo, will the party call all the 16 or 17 witnesses? How are we sure that the judges will also not experience the transfer issue concern that plagued the first decision? So now I then venture a few thoughts on future law reform. And let me make a caveat. I'm doing this as a layman, okay, because I'm not an expert on land law. I'm a professor of commercial law, but I'm just trying to take the academic license to voice something in the bid that it might just make a little sense. And what are they? Perhaps it makes sense for judges to contemporaneously record their impressions about witnesses in the books, in the record books, when they are listening to witnesses. It could be on the case of honest, dishonest, or partially honest, or thoroughly dishonest. So that there could be a guide for the judge when writing is judgment. I don't know whether it makes sense. Okay? So just a note, a footnote about the demeanor. Also, this is an impeccable man. And then 2, in exceptional cases where cases are remitted to start de novo, perhaps we shouldn't open the entire flank. We should just look at, my time is up, sir. 3 more minutes? Okay, I will finish before then, sir. So, in exceptional cases where cases are remitted to the trial court to start de novo, I said exceptional because courts are now reluctant to even do so. And that is the sense between the amendment of the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court rules. Because of the enormous resources that have been committed by parties and also even the court and the state. So what I'm suggesting here is like a replay. When we are watching films in the comfort of our homes, you want to check something that happened previously. You don't begin from the beginning of the film. You just rewind and say, oh, it's enough, it's enough. Perhaps in this case, the focal point was whether there was an intervention by the community elders, the chairman and the secretary of the IRI Association, whether actually that meeting took place and whether the defendant made certain promises to live on certain conditions. So that again is the second thought on the basis of whether it makes sense or not. Then, rather than cases starting de novo and then traveling the entire entire appeal system, I mean, you go back, you go to the Court of Appeal again, and go to the Supreme Court. Common sense approach might be that retrial should be filed at the Supreme Court for administrative ruling as the decision of the Supreme Court, so that there is no appeal again on the matter. So this is my conclusion, Chairman. This case is an outstanding judgment which has positively disrupted the Nigerian legal space through constitutional and statutory amendments and the review of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal Act and rules. So a proper study of the case and subsequent development has potential, in my humble view, to trigger more reforms along the line that I've suggested. So ladies and gentlemen, this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for your presentation. I quickly call on Professor Josephine Bonica, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for her own case review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I stand or lean on the existing well-established protocol, Your Excellency? Thank you very much. Chairman of the occasion, thank you. The review that I was asked to make was that of the Supreme Court judgment in Joseph O. Falobi and Elizabeth O. Falobi, and to discuss its impact on our present jurisprudence. Perhaps we need to understand the facts in that case. This was not a matrimonial matters course. It was a course relating to maintenance of children. And Mrs. Elizabeth Fallowby wanted the court to grant her maintenance of 4 children and also her own maintenance to be granted in respect of her husband. Now, the action was brought under the Matrimonial Proceedings and Property Act of 1970 of England. Of course, we know that in 1970, we already had the Matrimonial Causes Act. The Matrimonial Causes Decree at that time. Now, in proof of the plaintiff's case at the lower court, she brought in an affidavit evidence showing that her salary was £1,422. She also exhibited that her husband earned over £11,500. Well, in a counter affidavit, the husband also expressed that he earned far less than what the wife was stating, and that indeed Elizabeth was receiving £133, which was, of course, contrary to what she had told the court. Now, upon hearing this case under that Matrimonial Proceedings Act of England, the High Court granted custody of the children as well as maintenance of the 4 children in favor of Elizabeth. However, the court declined her maintenance because it was not provided for under that act. Now, in the Court of Appeal, because the husband was not satisfied, he went to the Court of Appeal. The issue that was raised was whether the Matrimonial Proceedings and Property Act of 1970 of England could be applied in a matrimonial cause in Nigeria, especially since Nigeria already had a Matrimonial Causes Decree of 1970. And besides, the Act of 1970 was not one of the laws that was received under the Statutes of General Application as being a law that could take effect from all the laws that were in application as at 1st of January 1900 were automatically accepted in Nigeria. Another thing that they looked at was the issue of conflicting affidavits that were not resolved before judgment was given. Now, the Court of Appeal disregarded the plaintiff's contention on the application, on trying to use the infant's law on the basis that that law was not cited at all. And that because the parties had not cited the law, it was inapplicable in the court for the purpose of that judgment. Dissatisfied with the judgment still, the husband went on appeal. And the issues to be considered were, firstly, whether the English Matrimonial Causes Proceedings and Property Act of 1970 could properly be applicable in Nigeria under any kind of situation. And secondly, whether the trial justices were right in granting custody of children as well as maintenance without asking or calling the parties to resolve the contradictory or conflicting evidence that had been given. Because when there are conflicts, then of course the court needs to dig into the proper position of the situation, perhaps by calling oral evidence. Now, the Supreme Court eventually allowed the appeal, which means that the husband was not going to pay the maintenance, and the issue of custody was no longer acceptable because they faulted the judgments at the lower court. Now, when the Western region had its laws compiled in 1959, there were laws that were recognized within that region. Secondly, the English Statute of 1970 was passed after 1st of January 1900 and therefore was not applicable to Nigeria. Now, the Infants Law, which, though not cited, was applicable to our law, was not used because the argument of the lower court was that the parties did not cite it. And so Justice IDIGBE said, no, the issue is not whether the law has been cited or not. If there is a law that grants a remedy, then it should be used. Whether the parties know about it or have cited it or not cited it, the most important thing is that where a wrong has been committed under a particular act, then that act should be recognized in giving a remedy. And so that part was reconciled. And then secondly, that the issue of irreconcilable conflicting affidavits, of course, where there are conflicting evidence in the affidavit, the parties must try to call evidence to reconcile those issues. Otherwise, there will be injustice committed in respect of one party, because the truth will never be known unless they are able to further bring another affidavit or call proper evidence to see how that can be done. And of course, the focus of that panel was to see that substantive justice should be used over technical justice. And that even if a particular law had not been cited, the fact that we know that that law exists in the country and can provide a remedy in respect of a particular issue should be the focal point in respect of that particular judgment. And that it is erroneous to assume that the maxim ubius ibi remedium is only an English common law principle, without assuming also that in Nigeria we have the same principle that where there is a wrong, there must be a remedy. Therefore, it shouldn't be an issue that will apply only to English law. And that the use of the Infant Act should have been a consideration in looking at whatever decision the lower court had made in the matter. Now, it is quite important to look at the issue of substantive justice as against technical justice. The whole idea was to ensure that people don't waste their time on things that can only bring some kind of technical issues and turn us to technicians instead of looking at the right thing that the law intends to provide. And on the issue of resolving conflicting affidavit, some exceptions were provided. That look, even if there are conflicting affidavits, if there are documents attached to the affidavit that are capable of giving the right answers in respect of the issues that are to be determined, then those documents should be looked at to get the truth without necessarily calling further evidence to establish that particular situation. And if there are glaring situations where people, in addition to the conflicting evidence, have in some other parts of their affidavit made some admissions, then of course those issues should be looked at. But that the fact that the parties had failed to cross-examine or to call further evidence will not exonerate a person who has failed to do what is right. What is right in the circumstance is to ensure that the truth is brought to the court, not whether there are certain technicalities in respect of the areas of the law that they wish to cover. Of course, following the rule of precedence, the case of Fallowby has been able to clarify that even if a statute is not mentioned in court, even if a counsel is not aware of a particular legislation, once the court comes to know that that legislation applies, then of course it would apply to that matter. It doesn't really matter how the parties deal with the matter. At the end of the day, the court reluctantly asked that the case should go back to the lower court for a trial, because from the facts before the court, the affidavits were really unable to establish the true position relating to the salaries of both parties, and therefore they could not create any situation that would give favor to one party above the other just because some parties had failed to state what they were supposed to state. So basically, the matter had to go back to the beginning of where we started. And but at least the most important thing is the principles that came out of the judgment. The principle, first, that if there are conflicting evidence, you have a duty to resolve those conflicts before the matter can be properly brought to your favor. The decision of the Supreme Court in Fallowby's case was a watershed in the jurisprudence as it pushed forward progressive principles bordering on substantive justice and provided a focal point for superior courts to draw inspiration, as evidenced by the prevalent reliance on the authority of parties, usually, that particular issues can only be determined in particular ways. But at the end of the matter, what is important is the rule of precedence that will continue to follow, that at least if a matter has any conflicting issue in respect of the affidavit, first of all, it has to be established properly by calling evidence to ensure that the right thing is done, or you add documents that are going to help you in coming to a proper decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ogbonika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for your case review. We're indeed very grateful. Before I call on our last and final discussants for this afternoon, please permit me to recognize Prince Ben Ikani, former Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Kogi State. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I also recognize and especially welcome Mrs. Chibuzo Wosu, the chairperson of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, Abuja branch. Thank you very much for joining us as well. I now call on our virtual discussants. Professor Obiora Okafor. If he could please be put on so he could do his case review. Professor Obiora Okafor, thank you very much. We're happy to hear your case review now. Thank you. Professor Okafor, the IT team is asking you to please unmute yourself, sir.
I'm not on mute.
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now, sir.
Yeah. Yes. So, can the screen share be enabled?
We'll do so now.
Thank you. Sorry, just okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. First, I begin with greetings. I'm not, unfortunately, I'm online, so I don't know who's in the room, but just to recognize and show my respect to the chair, distinguished judges, professors, senior advocates, counsel, the IDIGBE family, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to participate in this excellent symposium. I've been listening and it's been quite enriching. My regrets that I couldn't be there in person. I'm going to discuss the case which I have shortly referred to, I will refer to as the Chief Numogun case. And what I want to do, and I'll come back to that, is just tell you a bit about the case situated in its context, and then map briefly what I found to be its impact in Nigerian jurisprudence. And it aligns with much of what you've seen or what you've heard today with regard to the other cases that have been discussed. The symposium honors a legend who I have described as a co-inventor of modern Nigerian jurisprudence as we now know it. He calls on us to carefully investigate and consider and weigh the impact of that, of his judicial thought and praxis, which is practice informed by theory, because I look at him as very conceptually deep. And then in that regard, I'm especially honored as a scholar to participate in this long overdue exercise, in my view. And for this opportunity, I'm especially grateful to my friend, Chief Dr. Anthony IDIGBE, SAN, who's, I must say, is a worthy scion of the late Justice, cut from the same intellectual cloth. His able wife, herself, a distinguished lawyer, the IDIGBE family, and the organizers of the symposium. So that's a brief outline of how my presentation will proceed. And then I've already begun to talk about the what I want to do. The case itself analytically is situating it in the social context and discerning its impact and so on. The main limitation, of course, is I'm discussing one case, but I think that you can tell from the presentations that have preceded mine that what I say, what
Recording stopped.
Allegorical, meaning it's a single story that tells a much larger story. So what was the case about? The case at issue. The case was decided by the Supreme Court ultimately on appeal from the then Western State Court of Appeal, High Court at Oshogbo, and I've listed the dramatis personae, so to speak, the judges and the counsel here, because that point is very important when I weigh the impact, so that you can see the quality of the legal minds that really participated in this judicial drama, and the way that against the incisiveness and really the teaching that Justice Idigbe did in that case, even though most of the people who got it wrong were very powerful, very deep legal minds. And that sort of tells you almost a hierarchy of, the power of the minds that were in play in this case. So in terms of the facts of the case, the plaintiffs, later appellants, had sought 3 reliefs at the High Court. One was a declaration, the usual declaration, but to a piece of farmland, was jointly owned, damages for trespass to this family-owned land, and then an injunction. Interestingly and importantly, the reliefs were sought against another member of the family, even though that other member had raised doubts about the membership of the plaintiff's appellants in the same family. At the High Court, after the exchange of pleadings, it emerged basically that the defendant, later the respondent, had admitted that the land in dispute is family land, but then denied that the first plaintiff appellant had anything to do with the land and basically was not a member of the family, alleged that he was not a member of the family, him and some of the other plaintiffs, and then called for argument in the court as to whether or not the so-called proviso to this particular provision that you can see on the screen, Section 9 of the then High Court law of the then Western region of Nigeria, whether that proviso ousted the original jurisdiction of the court, the High Court, to try this particular case. That proviso would have ousted the jurisdiction of the court in matters subject to the jurisdiction of the customary courts of that state, and which in addition relate to family status and the like. There's a list of things, marriage and so on, except though that whether dispute before the High Court is ordinarily within the High Court's jurisdiction, the High Court would not lose jurisdiction merely because in the course of dealing with the main issue, it had to decide and make an incidental inquiry into the listed matters, such as family status. In view of the counsel for the defendant, the sole issue that remained to be tried at that point was whether or not the plaintiffs were members of the relevant family, which he then framed as an issue relating to family status. And also note that the family land at the time was at the time claimed by the plaintiffs to be undivided and unpartitioned. This is important. And note as well that even Chief Bola Ige, for the plaintiffs' appellants, had conceded at the High Court that the matter related indeed to family status, but then contended that even still, family status was not the main issue in play at that point. The High Court dismissed the case and held for the defendant, agreeing with the defendant that the only issue that remained to be disposed of related to family status and was not merely incidental but fundamental to the matter. As such, it held that its jurisdiction was ousted by the provisor to that High Court law, and the judge then made the statement which Justice Idigbe took issue with later, which is that he was utterly at a loss to see the basis for the claims for trespass and injunction against the defendant when the defendant is a member of the same family. At the Western State Court of Appeal, the then Western State Court of Appeal, Kayode Esho, the great Kayode Esho, then Justice of Appeal and the Ogunke Justice of Appeal, agreed with the High Court judge and the defendants, right? With Kinkubwe dissenting. At the Supreme Court, basically per Idigbe JSC, the court rigorously reviewed the pleadings filed by both sides and noted in particular the following that I've isolated: that the defendant respondent claimed in paragraph 4 of their defense that the plaintiff's appellants are not members of the family which owns the land, the Emila family. The plaintiff appellants claimed in paragraph 18 of their statement of claim that each descendant of their common ancestor was free to cultivate the family land wherever he or she pleases. And that what is more, in paragraph 21 of the statement of claim, the plaintiff appellants clearly alleged that the defendant claimed and purported to exercise exclusive ownership over a large portion of the same land.
Recording in progress.
Now, regarding the issue, there are broadly three main issues that stood out. And regarding the first one, the issue of the family status being engaged at that point after exchange of pleadings, the Supreme Court, by Idigbe JSC, noted that neither side had raised the issue, neither of the contenders had raised the issue of family status, and that it was the judge himself that had embarked on quote, the self-imposed exercise. The Supreme Court then found that the judge thus reached the conclusion, albeit erroneously, that this was the only issue to be tried at that point. To the contrary, so the Supreme Court held, the issue of trespass also remained to be tried at that point, despite family ownership of the property, for a co-owner can maintain an action in trespass against another when the other co-owner had ousted the co-owner or dispossessed them of land to which both of them own or have title. The Supreme Court thus held Idigbe JSC that family status was not the only issue to be tried in the case following the exchange of pleadings. On the second matter that stood out, the distinction between, which is a nuanced distinction between family status and family membership. The Supreme Court held that the proviso at issue refers only to family status and not family membership. And though it will be necessary in the present case to, of course, determine family membership, whether the plaintiffs belong to the Emila family, such an inquiry does not, or in and of itself, raise an issue of family status. That is the status of a person within a family, presumably that they are already members, or even if they're not members, then they don't have status in that family to begin with. Now, family status in a family presupposes membership in that family, according to Justice Idigbe, and an issue of family membership can arise, as in this case, without raising one of family status. This is one of the incisive, subtle, nuanced points that had been missed by so many great minds before, that Justice Idigbe isolated, identified rather clinically and lucidly. No issue of family status does arose in the present case at all. Family membership was relevant, but only incidental to the matter which mainly concerned trespass. even after the exchange of pleadings. And the third issue, which, as I'll come back to, has had massive influence in Nigerian jurisprudence, the interconnected issue of jurisdiction. IDIGBE JSC for the Supreme Court noted the following, that jurisdiction is determined by the nature of the plaintiff's claim, even though, of course, we must acknowledge that in doing so, he adapted from a judgment of the then West African Court of Appeal, but then applied it in an inventive way to the facts at hand. And also that the court noted that nothing ex facie in either the claim or the defense raised any issue, including that of family status, that could have ousted the jurisdiction of the High Court. And that nothing also that the defense pleaded, nothing in the defense pleaded to the issue of jurisdiction as was required by law. Now, in terms of the impact of Justice IDIGBE's judgment for the Supreme Court, I've discerned three main arms of contributory jurisprudential influence that are attributable to this judgment and to the late Justice IDIGBE. All three are related to the conceptual clarification that is a rare combination of highly fecund mind, depth and breadth of legal knowledge, research, prowess to law, especially in land law. And the third is the adaptation and translation of the law in regard to trespass by a co-owner against another co-owner of family-owned property. So let me take this quickly one by one. how important this creative jurisprudence adapted to our particular social context, how important it has been to the shaping of the world with real life consequences for those who own family land, those who farm family land, those who bring any case whatsoever to the courts where jurisdiction is an ever-present issue. Now, this kind of socio-legal impact is usually enhanced when the reasoning in the case at issue is lucid, clear, convincing, and fit for purpose. That was the case, that remains the case with this case. Pardon the alliteration. Generations of Nigerians have, one way or the other, felt the impact of cases in which the case at issue has been referenced and relied on. Any Nigerian whatsoever who approaches any court, not even just a superior court, is most likely to have the determination of the question at hand rest on whether or not that judge has jurisdiction. Co-owners of land, as I've said, and counsel are also well advised to read this case carefully. And in conclusion, moving toward a conclusion, I dare say that it is all the above ways that Justice Idigbe's legal reasoning in this case has impacted profoundly the invention of Nigerian jurisprudence as we know it. It made, and the learned late judge has made, a foundational contribution to the process of legal transplantation and adaptation that was both required and valuable in the immediate decades following Nigeria's escape from formal colonial rule. In the process, his exceptional and outstanding brilliance shone brightly like the rising sun, never to be diminished by the shadows cast by all too familiar national travails. His contribution has been ample in its quantum, extraordinary and blue chip in its quality. He has even taught other judges, as was on full display in this case, some of the nuances of our field and craft. In sum, Justice Idigbe's thought and praxis in the case at issue represents nothing less than a signal contribution to the birthing, the invention of a new post-colonial legal system in Nigeria of its time. He was and remains an avatar, an incarnate teacher, even while playing his judicial role. History, intellectual history, both now and over the long durée, as the French say, will always be kind to him. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Obiora Okafor. Because time is far spent, I have the kind permission of the chairman of this occasion to permit only 2 questions at this time. If there are any questions or comments, 2 questions or comments on any of the presentations that have been made by the speakers, we're happy to take them now. Very well. Yes. A man and a woman, if we have any question or comments. It seems that nobody. Okay, Ambassador has a question. Okay. Adinka. Your Excellency, you can just come up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the privilege. My question, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a simple retired diplomat, so forgive me. But I want to thank the the panelists for an excellent presentation to us all. My question is actually to Professor Okafor, our virtual presenter. You talked about, there was a section you talked about inventiveness, and you talked about the needle being moved ever just slightly. I would like, if you don't mind, to give us what your mind is concerning this and what you think the responsibility is for judges today and for lawyers generally in terms of causing that needle to move significantly to where you think we ought to be in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And don't mind that you're not a lawyer. Legal thought has to be suffused with political, social, economic, other cultural thought for it to have meaning and effectiveness. So your question is an excellent one. If I go to town with this question, we might not leave the hall today. But suffice it to say that indeed, I think that judges do have an enormous responsibility, indeed, the primary responsibility, not just in Nigeria, but the world over, to move society forward. In one case, it could be ever so slightly, but as a whole, the judiciary could actually shake up a society. So I think they have an enormous responsibility. The first is to they themselves be prepared to do that technically. By that I mean in terms of being like a Justice IDIGBE, preparing yourself mentally, preparing yourself in terms of the knowledge that you need with which to analyze cases. It's not enough to reach decisions, but the articulation, the lucidity, the incisiveness of your thought is extremely important if the courts are to command popular legitimacy, even legitimacy amongst the bar and the bench, the rest of the bench. And secondly, I think judges have a social responsibility, socio-political, even economic responsibility to hold the other arms of government to account. I think even in the newspapers, the journalists, and I think too many of Nigerians forget that the judiciary is a co-equal arm. I read in journals where journalists say the government versus the courts. No, the courts are the government. They are part of the government. They're a co-equal arm of government. They're not beneath anybody. They're not beneath the executive. They're not beneath the legislature. And the legislature and executive are not also beneath them. In our system, we have separation of powers. And so the judges have full authority and power to help make and invent and reinvent our society. They have done a fair bit of that, but unfortunately, far too much remains to be done. I don't want to take up so much time. I'm very passionate about this subject. I could go on and on. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Okafor. Thank you. Please, I would like quickly call on Mr. Enweluzo SAN to ask his question quickly. So,
the chairman, sir, mine is not a question per se, but to make a comment, and that is with respect to the paper of Professor Sani Abiola. First and foremost, he created, or rather he suggested that judges should note down their impression about witnesses in the course of proceedings, so that at the end of the day, the case will not be sent back for a trial as a result of the long period of the case in court, particularly where the judges are transferred. I wish to say that it will not work in Nigeria. It will not work. Why do I say so? Once judges note down their impression of witnesses in the record book, I am telling you, before judgment is delivered, that record book will be leaked out. And the next thing you will see is that there will be plethora of petitions by the party who is likely to lose the case, the case should be reassigned to other judges. It will really work so much hardship. In fact, that particular problem you want to solve, you create more problem in such situations. Now, the second point I want to make, you remember that in the case of Obuyin against Okudo, wherein Nemeka Agu delivered a judgment after he was elevated, not knowing that he had been elevated to a higher bench. Now, the Administration of Criminal Justice Law or Act, I know the states adopted the federal enactment. Now, started having that view that when, particularly in criminal cases, judges are transferred, even if they are elevated, they should still come back and give judgment. Did it last? Remember the case of the former governor of Abia State, who was convicted. And the Supreme Court said no. In the act, there is an amendment that it can be done. Was it amended in the Constitution? So you can see that the delay we want to stall will have greater delay with one kind of petition, leakage of judges, and we do not work in our system. What should work in our system is that technology should be introduced in our court system, and that will be the best for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. I please beg the indulgence of the chairman. Just for balance, we have one final question by students of Veritas. It's a lady, she's here. She can just quickly. Oh yes, okay. So just before her question, Leonard Silk to respond to Mr. Evaluzo's comments.
You see, now, thank you, my learned brother Silk. Thank God I made a caveat. But let us face it, there is a problem here. And there must be a solution. And it depends on how hungry we are for the solution. What about devising judge's book that is not in the public space? There must be a solution. And that is the invectiveness that Professor Okafor spoke to. There must be a way out. If the concern is about petition writing, what are the consequences for writing petition against judges? I mean, because you are on the losing side, you can pick up your pen and petition against a judge on account of discharging his duties. There must be serious consequences for that. And we also need to protect the judges, because there are cases where some of these issues are totally frivolous. So the issue now is, if we can't do it in a particular way, there must be some other way to address it. And that is why I said I hope we can use this as an opportunity to trigger a new conversation on a long-lasting, sustainable solution to this menace. I don't want to be a party in a matter that has lasted for 30 years. And then you said we should go back to the trial court, and it lasts another 20 years. That is a big embarrassment to the system. Thank you very much.
May we have the student if she's here. If she's not here, we'll just move on. Okay, please come forward. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hanetu Shuaibu, a student of Veritas University, Abuja. And my question, fortunately for me, is about judicial president. And that was mostly what my dean, Professor Bonika, spoke about. So let's say my question goes directly to her. Do you think that judicial precedent is really a development in the Nigerian constitution? That's my question, ma'am.
Now, judicial precedent really does, to a large extent, in the sense that it doesn't give need for parties to be, for judges to begin to rethink their own laws and to bring out new things, because already there is judgment that they are supposed to follow. Something has been said before. But in terms of proactiveness, judicial activism, sometimes you find that Supreme Courts still go back to rethink, to give, maybe when they find that that position that they gave before wasn't actually correct, you find that sometimes they go back and, you know, they go back and overrule whatever it was that they had said before. Therefore, you can find that sometimes there is that forward movement in terms of judicial precedent. But ordinarily, I think it is meant to simplify the work of judges. It is meant to also guide, to guide the young, the junior courts, the lower courts, so that you don't find a situation where, because of any form of rascalism, the Supreme Court has given a decision and the Court of Appeal says, no, I don't like that decision, I want to change it. Or you have a high court saying, no, I don't like the decision of the Court of Appeal. You don't have such rascalism going on within the court system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the distinguished and erudite discussants. And to quickly present their plaques, I'll take them by the persons closest to me. I will please call on my boss, the senior partner of PUNUKA Attorneys and Solicitors, Professor Anthony Ikemefuna IDIGBE, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Knight of St. Sylvester the Pope, to please come and deliver the plaque to his brother, Professor Epiphany Azinge.
Thank you so much. I'm trying not to join the fray, but I know that under the ACJL, the judges are required to have notes, and which is different from the court record, because I just did a case on it, and the question is, as a result of the NSAS riot, the judges' notes were burnt, and the court's file was also burnt, and then so the question was, what should happen to the case? Whether the case should be stayed permanently, whether the charges should be dismissed, whether there should be a trial de novo, etc. So the significance of those judges' notes also came up. Well, at the end of the day, the court decided that the case should be tried de novo. Unfortunately, there are no notes and there are no records, so we are waiting for the de novo trial to take place. We thought if it was in Canada, they would have granted a permanent stay, but they said de novo. So I'm trying not to get into the fray, but there is some provision today in Nigerian law that judges should keep notes. And I'm not trying to support you, Prof. Now, the risks that have been pointed out by Mr. Imoluzo, SN, remains, but the law is there. On behalf of PUNUKA Attorneys and Solicitors, I would like to present this plaque to Professor Epiphany Azinge, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Okilolo of Asaba, my senior prefect at St. Patrick's College, Asaba, and I've said this several times, that when we were in school, we used to take bets on who will find Robert Omole is here, yeah, so who will find a stain on his white shirt. He's so prim and proper, as you can see today, as he was at that time, with his starched white shirt. So we take bets to find a stain on the shirt, and nobody won. So we thank you for the support, for being a speaker at this 15th edition of the PUNUKA Annual Lecture and Symposium to mark the 100 years anniversary of Honorable Justice IDIGBE, GSC, OFR, on the theme, Honorable Justice Chike IDIGBE, GSC, through his judgments in present-day Nigerian law. We appreciate your contribution. And we particularly appreciate the relationship with the family. I recall those days when he was at the law school. They were also part of those that inspired me in my law course. Thank you.
May I please respectfully call on Mrs. Victoria Awomolo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to present the next plaque to Professor Josephine Agbonika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Chief Mrs. Victoria Awomolo.
Thank you. It is with the greatest pleasure that I present this to you on behalf of PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors, Professor Josephine Agbonika, SAN, as a very good speaker at this 15th edition of the PUNUKA Annual Lecture and Symposium to mark the 100 years anniversary of Justice IDIGBE, GSC, OFR, CON. We enjoyed your reviews and your expositions, and it took us far back to all those old cases that we studied. Thank you very much. And as the Dean, I want to congratulate you again. Dean, much. Faculty of Law, Veritas University. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very
And to present the plaque to Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, we respectfully call on Princess Catherine Agba to please present the plaque to him. Thank you.
On behalf of PUNUKA, attorney and solicitors, I present to you Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the speaker at the 15th edition of the PUNUKA Annual Lecture and Symposium to mark the 100 years anniversary of Justice IDIGBE, GSC, on the theme, Honorable Justice Chike IDIGBE, through his judgment in present-day Nigerian law. In appreciation of your contribution towards the success of this lecture, I present to you this award. Your presentation was very interesting, and the judges' note that you spoke about, very controversial, I think. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for our virtual speaker, he's obviously not here with us, so we would ask very respectfully Mr. Nnamdi Oragu to please accept his plaque on his behalf and to present the plaque to Mr. Nnamdi Oragu on behalf of Professor Obiora Okafor. I would ask on the managing partner of the firm, Ms. Elizabeth IDIGBE, to please present the plaque. Thank you.
Well, I don't know who squealed that I'm quite fond of Professor Okafor. I consider him a very intelligent person, very good friend of my husband, and absolutely a wonderful person. So maybe that's why I was told to present this plaque to you. And I promise I'm going to bring it to you in Canada myself. Thank you. So on behalf of the firm, PUNUKA Attorneys and Solicitors, we really want to thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. I didn't expect anything less anyway, you know, but it was really brilliant. You actually put up the slides and there was a lot of focus when you were presenting. So we thank you for participating, even though virtually, but it was really like very, very clear and interactive. You could see that, I think the first question came on your presentation from His Excellency, the Ambassador. So thank you so much. Nnamdi will collect this on your behalf. Thank you.
I'm holding his brief. Thank you, madam.
Prof.
Thank you.
I'll bring it to you.
Thank you.
Before we just give the final batch of plaques, please respectfully ask that the discussants can take their seats. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, group photograph, please. Just the chairman, the senior partner, and the managing partner, as well as the chairman of the committee, Mr. Nnamdi Oragu. All the other partners of PUNUKA Attorneys and Solicitors here present. Please come up stage for a group photo. No, in front of the stage, I beg your pardon, in front of the stage. I'm speaking with professors of law. I have to be very careful of my language. In front of the stage, thank you. And last but certainly not the least, would respectfully call on the chairman of the occasion, Chief IDIGBE Awomolo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to please present the plaque to the keynote speaker, the Right Honorable Samson Ekong, PhD. Thank you very much, sir.
The special guest of honor and the organizers of this PUNUKA lecture and symposium, I have the honor to present to Right Honorable Ekong Samson, PhD, the keynote speakers at this special 100 edition, centurion edition, as the 15th edition of the PUNUKA annual lecture and symposium. Today, the 4th day of May 2023, in appreciation of the keynote address. Thank you. I will look forward to seeing you again. And let me take the advantage of my being on the podium to thank everyone who had come. One meeting, please. One meeting, please. To thank all of you, particularly our special guest of honor, for being part of this ceremony. I'm sure the vote of thanks is coming, but as the chairman, I'm privileged, I'm honored, and I hope that when I'll be 100 years, some people will celebrate me too. And so I wish everyone here this kind of good thing, that you'll be celebrated at 100 years. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the day is fast spent. Without further ado, we'll finally call on Mr. Nnamdi Oragu to give the vote of thanks to wrap up this ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody. The day is fast spent. I stand on existing protocol because the same protocol will be used in greeting people. But let me start by thanking the alumni of PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors who were with us yesterday for the event. So we have 3 plaques for our alumni. CVC Hekwazo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Cosmo Sengondo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Nnamdi Dingba, Senior Advocate, Justice Nnamdi Dingba, I'm sorry. Please step forward and receive your thank you plaques. In honor, these are former members of the staff of PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors, so it was an honor having you speak at Veritas University yesterday. So we have plaques to thank you on behalf of the committee on the 100 years of Justice IDIGBE to please step forward and receive this plaque. These plaques are dual purpose, really. It serves as a commendation for excelling in our chosen field from this firm. So the first one goes to Cosmos Enwelozo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, alumni, PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors. Thank you so much. Sorry, Senior Advocate, please step forward. Let me also state again, alumni, PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors, for the record. Thank you. What? Oh, sorry. We're running. Please take this. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So hold this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So this award, dual purpose, award of honor from PUNUKA, and then thanking you for attending and speaking at the event as well. Second award goes to CVC Hekwazo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Once again, alumni, PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors, for the record. Senior Advocate of Nigeria, CVC Hekwazo. Thank you so much. Thank you. so much. Thank you. Thank you. The third award here goes to Justice Nnamdi Okudili Dingba, Justice of Federal High Court, also alumni, PUNUKA attorneys and solicitors. To receive this award will be Okori on his behalf, his townsman. Okori, please do receive. Hold his brief. I'm sorry time is fast spent, but I just wanted us to give this to honor them as well as members of this firm who have left the firm and have excelled as well. See those one. Oh, sorry, Okori, please step forward, sorry. All right, holding the brief. Cameraman. Okay, snap our alumni, that's fine. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we now go to the votes of thanks. I thank one last award. Just a minute. While we wait, would
Well, it is my great honor and pleasure to present this. Yes, certainly. To present this plaque to you from PUNUKA. It says it is presented to Chief IDIGBE Awomolo, SAN, Chairman, at the 15th edition of the PUNUKA Annual Lecture and Symposium to mark the 100 years anniversary of Justice IDIGBE, JSC, OFR, CON, on the theme, Honorable Justice Chike IDIGBE, JSC, through his judgment in present-day Nigeria law, in appreciation of your contribution to the success of the above lecture, dated May the 4th, 2023, Abuja, in Abuja.
Thank you.
My congratulations.
That's all. We express our gratitude to our special guest of honor. We also express our gratitude to our chairman, Chief Boyega Awomolo, SAN. We also thank all our guests who have come. We thank all the judges, senior advocates present, our clients, and all our friends who have come. I think in rounding up, I will just also invite Eric Otojahi first and foremost. I thank our managing partner and our senior partner. I invite Eric Otojahi. I'm only the chairman of the organizing committee of the whole 100 years event. So let me invite the head of the local organizing committee to come forward. Head of the Abuja leg of the event is Eric Otojahi. So if you say a few words first before we close, because this is the end of Abuja leg of our event.
A big appreciation to everyone present. I stand on existing protocol. We are very grateful for your esteemed presence, gracing this occasion. It's been hard work putting this together, and you have made it a worthwhile effort. You're welcome, and we pray that as you go back, the Lord be with you and bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric, don't go. Before Eric goes, Gloria, the Abuja team should please rise, and then we'll thank you. Gloria is a partner in the Abuja branch. Asmao, also in the Abuja branch. We thank Isaac, please rise.
Isaac.
All the members of our Abuja part of the firm, we thank you very much for putting this together. It's been a very intense 2 days for members of the firm. I mean, yeah, it took quite a while planning this, and it was not very, in fact, we didn't even know this was really exceptional. So we thank you all so much. Let me once again thank sorry, Chairman, please go ahead. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Once the Chairman...
I appreciate the special guest of honor. His presence has inspired a lot of us. Can I make a request that all of us who are here will stand by him, he sits down, and we say he's a jolly good fellow. All of you, please come over. Please take the chairs away. Come over, come nearer. Let's honor our special guest of honor. Please come. Thank you, ma'am. Please come. Where is your husband? Oh, come on. Please here. Please come. No space open. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. Hooray. And so say all of us. Hooray. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Thank you, sir. We are grateful. Okay. You are not old, sir. You are not old at all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please don't leave yet. We have lunch at the back. Please hold on. Don't leave yet. In rounding up the vote of thanks, we thank all our speakers. We thank Professor Epifani Azinge, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We thank Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We thank Professor Bonikai, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We thank Professor Obi Okafor. And then we thank all our speakers who spoke yesterday. We thank Justice Nnamdi Dingba. We thank CBC Kwasi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We thank Mr. Cosmos Enwolo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We thank all our guests who have come from far and wide to join us today. We thank you so much. As we close, we also wish to announce that this is not the end of the plan to honor Justice IDIGBE at 100. This is not the end of the plan. This is just phase 2 of the plan for the year. We have 2 other events coming up this year, 3 events actually. We have on the 30th of July, we have the opening of the PUNUKA Child Care Center. 30th of July. Okay, 30th of July, we have the opening of the PUNUKA Child Care Center in Lagos. On the 11th of August in Asaba, we have a valedictory session at the Court of Appeal Asaba. On the 12th of August as well, we have the opening of the Youth Center in Asaba and the museum in honor of Justice IDIGBE. On the 7th of December this year, we have the opening of the new PUNUKA head office in Lagos. All these are events planned in the course of the year. So as we close, we thank you all for coming, and we look forward to seeing you at the other events we have planned. Thank you, and wish you all a safe trip to your destinations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that brings this event to an end. Lunch is served. Just before the closing prayer, I'm aware that the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Additional IDIGBE Esquire, has just walked in. He just flew into the country today just so he could make the tail end of it. We appreciate you, sir. And also Tunji Salau has also just come in. Thank you so much. Oh, he's been here with us actually. And we're grateful that he's here, and would please call him to do the closing prayer to finally wrap up.
May we please have silence for the closing prayer. May we just observe silence for the closing prayer. God Almighty, we thank you. We give you gratitude for the success of this occasion in honor of one of your precious creation, the late Honorable Justice IDIGBE. We thank God for his life and his legacies. We pray, Almighty God, to continue to bless his memory. We appreciate Almighty God for the peace that we enjoy. in this nation at this time, may God continue to grant us His abundant peace, and so that we live more to celebrate many more of legacies. The guests who came from far and near, we pray that God guide everybody back to our respective destination. Let's say Amen.
Lunch is served. The high table will please go first, and then the rest of us will be directed by the ushers. Thank you very much. My name remains Imobo Nuvi Majimite. Have a good afternoon.